I've seen it. You're going to talk about this whole like this and you don't show. Yeah, we are. Yeah. Yes. I could do an introduction, but she's going to bring. I know it's just expensive. It could end up whatever. Yeah, I think that's actually come up in the stage for the presentation. I might get wind. Yeah. And then I'll introduce.
I think it's like the second slide of the presentation. It's like acknowledgement.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes. Going as well. I guess it's like a mini portrait of this.
I mean, it's really exciting stuff. It really does. Yeah. I hate talking about it. Yeah.
You can make that informed design. Best thing. Yeah. People can use it.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon session. We've got a performance planned here, and as you can see, the space isn't necessarily perfect performance, but no doubt perfect performers. So, Wendy, maybe you could just give a very brief introduction to what people are going to see, and then we'll get on with the performance.
Okay, thank you, Mike. So this is going to be a sneak preview of a project that's called Somobility. Soma being about the body, and ability and mobility. It's a kind of made-up word for the project. The performers are from Rhondda Cynon Skills for Independence. They're an adult group, and they're all sitting here at the front, waiting eagerly to perform for you. Yep.
Thank you.
So just some brief introductions before we start. I'm Wendy Keybright. I'm a reader, part-time reader at Cardiff Metropolitan University and partner in a digital design company called Cariad Interactive. There are four of us in the partnership, myself, Marek, Pete and Joel. Pete and Joel aren't here, so I'm going to let Marek introduce himself. But before I do that, I just want to introduce some of the partners in the project. So this is Kath Ritchie. Kath is the manager of the GADLIS Day Centre, part of Rhondda Cynon Skills for Independence. And this is Wendy York, who's the director of Artist Community. So the state of improvisation. So the software that we've been developing is being co-created with these partners and with all these lovely partners. It's nowhere intended to be a finished product. It's all part of a process. And what's so lovely about this morning's talk is that I can just riff off all of that. This is all about showing rather than telling, so I'll be quiet in a minute. And it's really getting stuff out there early, not being finished, not being polished, not trying to be perfect, and seeing what emerges. So just briefly, Kath, is there anything you'd like to say about the performers in the group before we...
As Wendy very kindly said, she's introduced me. I'm a Senior Development Officer with Rhondda Cynon Council. I also manage a day centre in Aberdare called GADLIS. The people you see at the front, some of them are our service users. We're quite a big centre, core centres of Rhondda Cynon, and we've just got a few staff there as well. And I think everybody was quite keen because right at the beginning, when we met Wendy, we're always looking for things to do, for service users to do then, to engage them. And I think it's true to say that with our more able service users, not that I particularly like that name, but we tend to sort of say service users, changes every now and again. It's clients one time and then it's service users. So at the moment it's service users. But as I said, for our young adults then, we were always looking for different things to do. And I think, as just said, it's quite easy, I think, with our more able service users to find sort of meaningful activities because, you know, they can go out, they can attend sort of adult education classes specifically targeted at but our more profound service users, we felt there was a big gap that we were, you know, that we were lacking really in sort of activities that we could do to engage that particular service user group. So we were very, very excited when we met Wendy. And obviously, you know, we've got young people coming in now from the age of 19. They tend to leave school and they come into our service, adult service. And they've been used to technology at school because it's a big area with education. There's been a lot of things, innovations then that has happened, and they come in and then, you know, we really haven't got something to carry that going. Well, we didn't have something that would carry that impetus. Now We've got the most fantastic system, and I will apologise now for gushing, because I absolutely adore this, and you will see our service users, trying this. But I think, to engage our service users, you're talking about some of the people we've got here today, very high on the autistic spectrum, very difficult sometimes to engage. Then, to see sort of that one of the individuals here today, if I just give you a little bit of background without identifying him. But with this individual, very difficult to assess because wouldn't engage, wouldn't sit, wouldn't give eye contact, wouldn't, well, it was very, very difficult then. We had occupational therapists in, with psychologists, we had different people in, and it was very difficult to engage with this person. I was actually, absolutely amazed when the first time that we set up the equipment to see him jump up, having a go. Now that in itself was absolutely fantastic, but then to see him hold another service user's hand, now you're talking about somebody that, feels really uncomfortable, giving you eye contact, engaging in any way, but working in tandem with somebody else. And when you see the cannons, you'll understand what I mean, to collect the balls. We were just absolutely amazed. And in fact, it was about, I think, a couple of weeks ago, I was given a presentation for senior management, and my very senior manager, Laura, she was sitting there, and all of a sudden, she did a double take, and she said, "Is that, the young gentleman I'm on about?" And I said, "Yes." And she said, "I just can't get over it." She said, "I can't get over it." Now, when you think of it, we'd gone down all the lines of speech and language, occupational therapists, psychology, we'd done all that with very little progress. And then all of a sudden, in one session, he was just totally engaged. He was working with another person, and it was quite moving. It really was quite moving. So I think, Wendy can give us the sort of the background, she can give us, but I think from our point of view, we are quite passionate, and I think, those of you who work with people with learning disabilities, I'm sure you'll agree, you've got to be passionate about it, to work with this client group, and we're all very passionate, and to see the difference it makes in people's lives, to see even the most profound, with no verbal communication, very little movement, but they're on a level playing field. Now shut me up when I've done enough, okay?
Kath, I think it'd be great. I think if we see it, I think it'd be great to have this discussion. So I think afterwards your passion will become clear as well. So should we do the performance and then come back and have
that would be a good idea, I think.
Thank you.
So what we're going to do is just swap the technology around and let the performers show what we've been doing. And then Marek and I will talk a little bit about the co-creative process and how we've engaged everybody in developing this project, providing ideas and giving us real insights into their world. Okay.
Now, as you can see, we've got Gavin on the little stage there. We've got Amy standing up. Gavin's quite a shy young man. You know, to get him coming up and doing something now with the dance group is quite a big thing for Gavin. Amy is totally deaf, and she just loves strutting her stuff, does Amy, and looking at the shapes she can make. Are we going to see a bit of Amy? I think Amy likes angels, I think. We've got the wings there. Now, when you think this is quite a difficult environment, there's a small space here, they've come in, and there's lots of strangers here watching them. But you can imagine when we use the equipment in the day centre, it might be that quite often we haven't got the dance group with us, so they just do their own thing. But it's collaborative, but they gain from the technology, from the visuals, because what happens is they make a movement, they see the visuals, and then they respond to the visuals. And sometimes they try to outdo, you know, it gets quite competitive, so they try to outdo each other. She's getting ready, I can see it in her face. Oh, nice circular movement, Jordan. Wow. Katie thinks it's really funny. There's the legs. And you can see an awareness, because quite often with the service users we work with, you know, they have got deficits, and we always like to say that they've got lots of skills as well, some of them hidden, but they spatial awareness, their body awareness, you know, that quite often is difficult. But you're looking at a program like this, where they can actually see the result of their efforts. And when I said before about a level playing field, you would have somebody in a and then you've got somebody able that can make a movement, quite an exaggerated movement, and then that might be, you know, it wouldn't be that large on the screen. So there is that level playing field, which I think is fantastic. We've been waiting for that for a long time. Ah, here's Katie.
Might not quite have enough space to get the wheelchair.
Oh, something's happening.
Here we are.
But if we can get Katie on the screen, you'll actually see just with a little movement, you know, the sort of impact that has. We're going to hopefully, I know. I know. Florence, do you want to just take a seat for a sec, just to see if it picks up Katie a bit easier? There you are. Now that's Katie's movements. She is a good girl. She wants a hug now, guys. I'm sure there'll be loads of people queuing up for a hug, Katie. We got Kieran. I think he's a bit shy. I think he might. No, he's a bit shy. He might get up now. So we're going to have next. Have we had Amy Sandor? I'm not very good at this confidentiality thing, am I? I've given you her last name. But just I'm going to hypnotise you now. Just forget the last bit. Okay, it's Amy. Oh, there you are, Kieran. There you are. You're going to collect the balls, Kieran? As you will see, the cannon is voice activated. The more sound you make, the faster the balls come. Come on, Amy. Come and catch the balls. And it slows down. So it's very responsive, the programs as well. Soft movements. What about Rachel coming up with Amy? Rach, do you want to stand up with Amy? You're going to stand by Amy? You're going to catch the balls. And what's so brilliant now, you know, with sort of Rachel, for instance, to have that focus, you know, Rachel finds it very, very difficult to focus, you know, she sort of easily gets sidetracked, and I think it's really good that she can focus and do the dance moves and look at the screen, you know, just to check. She tends to sort of just have a quick look to check that, you know, she's making that impact on the screen. But she loves this dance group, absolutely loves it. And as I said, we don't have the dance group every day, but artist dance group, we're doing a dance project, and we just felt it was the ideal collaboration with Wendy and her team to use this technology within the dance group. So you don't have to, you know, be doing dance. The service users can just get up and do their own thing, basically, you know, whatever they want to do, and they get a measurable fun from that. Kieran, did you want to go at catching the balls? Do you want to have a go with Rachel at catching them? Okay. There you are. Right. Now, Kieran's normally the one that's standing there kicking the balls. He loves to kick them. I think it's a man thing, isn't it, football? And not that I'm stereotyping. Have everybody had a go? What about Ashley? And I think that's what's so nice about this as well, that, you know, if somebody's having a hard day or a bad day, they can just dip in and out of it. You know, it's very much on sort of, they're not made to do anything. We're doing this dance thing today because they're working in the dance project, but when we use it within the day centre, you know, it's very much about they can just dip in and out if they feel they want to get up and jump out, you know, up and down and be, you know, very extravagant in the movements. That's fantastic. Or if they just, you know, they just want to be elegant like I am, then that's fine. Okay as well. Making, I know, laughing and making nice noises. You wouldn't recognise Katie. You know, it's certainly, you know, she is showing that she's enjoying every little bit of it. In fact, when a mum comes to get Katie in the night, mum has a bit of a hard time because she wants to stay and use the equipment. She's so.
Is that it?
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
I told you I'd get to talk, didn't I?
Should we applaud?
So I just want to thank everybody for taking part, guys. You were amazing, and it was very difficult because we didn't have the space, and we're used to having quite a bit more space for the wheelchairs to move around and for bigger cameras to pick things up. But everybody's taken part, and that's the important thing. The technology that you can see, we're going to describe very briefly now because we're running out of time, how we managed to bring this together. But it's buggy, it's Mark's the programmer, sorry. It's not intended to be finished, it's part of a process, and it's in this process, which is a long, slow iteration of allowing people to emerge their interest through engaging with it, that we're co-designing and developing this into something which will be robust, open source. It will be a free resource that we will be making available for people to use. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how we put it together in the context of co-creation. Do you guys all want to stay? Are you happy to stay? Yeah? Cool. If anybody wants to leave, if I become really boring, then just give me a cue. Okay, so this will be really, really quick, because I know we've got another speakers coming on, and so get on with it, Wendy. Okay. So first of all, the project is So Mobility. I've introduced that. Go back, actually. I must thank the people who sponsored this project, Cardiff Metropolitan University, the RAIN Foundation, and of course Rhondda Cynon Taff. Everybody's kind of got involved in funding the work. There's a big team of people, and I've neglected to thank so many, particularly I haven't named all the service users, but most of them are here, and without them we could just not do this project. But it's a large team of people, some of whom you've met, but these are their names. Okay, so the main point, I think, of doing this talk about co-creation is really to remind ourselves that co-creation is not about technology, it's not about the digital, and there's been a lot of interest in participatory design emerging from user-centered design. So most of us here, if we're involved in technology, I'm sure will be very conscientious about involving or aiming to involve users or represent them some way or another in our design. But really, when I found this quote, and it's a very, very early quote, I just thought this is what co-design should be about. It's really about this combination of skill and knowledge that really involves the grassroots community. So it's about people and people's environments, people's communities, the people they engage with, and all that interconnectivity. That's got nothing to do with technology. Technology is a node in there somewhere, and where it is, we don't know. In this project, we don't know where the technology is actually going to fit. We just put it out there and work it out as we're going along. So the main goal of the project has been to make movement irresistible. So that's the overarching goal. Within that, there are lots of objectives, but the overarching goal has really been to make movement irresistible for lots of reasons. But through a number of the projects that we've engaged with before, we've learnt how movement has endless possibilities for communication, for health, well-being, and the impact of not having movement can be detrimental in so many different ways. So if all we do is get people to move more, then we've done pretty well. So by just being really simple in that aim, all these amazing possibilities have arisen. So without setting targets for the project around we're going to achieve this, we're going to measure this, we've got these goals, we just make movement irresistible and see what happens. So you've met, this is one of the service users. This is a little bit of video, but as you've seen the performance, I think I'm just going to move it on. But one of the goals in terms of co-creation is this idea of going beyond imagining and to actually get things happening really, really quickly. So in order to involve this wonderful group in the project, we have to go beyond what may be in our imagination and to really get people, trigger their imagination, and for that to be a kind of assimilation of lots of different possibilities. So pretty much straight away in developing, we created these fairly crude prototypes and put them in the setting. In fact, we created them in the setting, and Marit's going to talk a little bit about that, and immediately get people in the setting engaging with it so that we can respond to that engagement. I'm going to move this on at the risk of perhaps not being able to acknowledge everybody's contribution, but so that we can maybe put this in the context of this particular event. So, do you want to say something about technology?
Sure. Yeah, so I guess my role is I've written the software for most of this stuff, and I come from I guess a digital art background, and really recently technology has allowed us to use these sort of things like Kinects and stuff like that, and really, really rapidly create very simple programs, and that's sort of the key to how this stuff works. We go in and try and once we've worked out what we want to do, try and make something in half an hour or an hour, like make it in situ, and we can be trying it out halfway through actually finishing programming it, and sometimes we'll find a mistake, and then the mistake will turn out to be a feature or just something unexpected that we didn't know was going to come along. And we use all these open source tools, so we get to give something back as well, which is really nice. But yeah, like the key to it is this sort of very quick development process that it's sloppy and sort of looks like, I don't know, Tetris from the 80s, but it's really quick. Yeah.
I'll just start this tiny little bit of video, although you've seen it, but I just want you to recognize that actually you can never design anything perfectly, because every situation will bring new problems or new things to contend with. And what we've been doing is working with the software in many different environments and settings that are part of this community. So this is perhaps more typical of the space that we've been able to work in. And this is the first time these service users have used the software. So it's just to maybe transport you into another environment than this room. And what we've had to do today is completely improvise according to the space. But each space brings its own qualities and challenges.
Instantly engaged and knew exactly what they were trying to do.
And worked together.
And worked together in a really, effective kind of way. It was interesting as well that they saw that through the Connect, you don't actually have to hold hands to do it. You just have to make sure that you're in the same level. And that just obviously clicked to them pretty much immediately. They weren't imagining themselves as physically holding these things up. I don't think you could see that they were.
Yeah, and some of them were using their heads, and some of them were then moving in and kicking the ones on the floor, and
exactly.
It was creating something out of it.
It was nice to see that
Wendy.
When new people would come.
I'm really sorry, but we're going to have to wind up.
We have to move on.
Yeah,
Can I just say something a bit about paper prototyping?
Please do, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to whiz this on, and if anybody wants the slides, they can have it. But one of the ways that we started to work on the project together was using a process called paper prototyping. Many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with paper prototyping and use it yourselves. And in fact, Marek and I did a workshop here for Rob doing some paper prototyping, so maybe some of you have been part of that. But what paper prototyping allows us to do, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, is really to involve the whole of the community in exploring their actions in their own environment. So instead of focusing on interaction and on technology, we use paper prototyping as a way to get people to act out different ideas. We gave themes, and so all the work that you've seen has been part of this process of acting out. This is an example of paper prototyping and acting out situations. And then we drew up some concepts on the basis of what people were acting, how people were acting. So just flicking through this, because these are the things that you've seen today. All these ideas came from the staff who were acting out their ideas. They were role-playing service users, and all we've done is try to graphically interpret that in a way that's really, really simple and allows the complexity to be added by the person as they're using the software, and that's it. There's loads more, but we've run out of time.
I know there is, and it's I think Wendy just wanted to make.
And just put a bit of context in.
Yeah, sorry, Wendy.
From the performance point of view as well, because we've been working with independent skills for a number of years, and this is a relatively new group for us. We work in a longer-term development of work, so this first improvisation that we're beginning to do in the development of performance over the longer term will create a performance through this collaboration that will be able to create a professional performance that you will see the performer. You will see something that is beyond the creation that we're seeing today through a longer-term development. So I think the work that Lindsay and Zoe have been doing, these short pieces of working with the technology in performance, creates something new for both of us. And I just wanted to say that for us, it is just the beginning of a longer journey.
I'm really sorry we didn't get more time to talk. It was quite beautiful. It was really a very moving thing, and your commentary was fantastic as well. It gave us some insight. So I'm sorry we didn't have more time to ask questions. It's just the time of the day. But I hope people will go to the website, because I think if you were trying to illustrate what we've been talking about today in simple terms, you couldn't do better than that presentation. And thanks to the performers as well. Oh. Did you want to do one moment? Did you want Right, okay. The next part of this session, maybe we could bring up Mared, Megan and Joe. And I think we're very much here again talking about that idea of inclusivity and that idea of participation and co-creation, all of those kind of things. So if you just wait for just a moment, it's coming up now. Now, is someone doing a presentation of... Oh yeah, perfect. Oh, that's cool. So you're going to talk from the chair. Okay, that's great. Okay, let me introduce Mared and Megan from UCAN and Joe Reed from Cavium, and we're talking here about, again, this is much the same story in the sense of inclusivity, but at the same time, it's about the potential, that potential we've been talking about of engaging people, users, individuals, as collaborators and individuals that can be involved with this. I think this is another fantastic project. So I believe we're going to have a nice presentation.
That will just show on a loop of our user testing and our project so far. So I'm Mared, and this is
Megan
and Joe. And Megan and I are from an organisation called UCAN Productions, which is an arts organisation for blind and visually impaired young people and their friends. We work in developing vocal and physical confidence in young people with visual impairment, but through a creative and artistic way. We also aim to try and challenge perceptions of those who maybe don't know a lot about young people with a vision impairment. Both Megan and I are registered blind. Megan has had a vision impairment since birth, and I was diagnosed with having a vision impairment when I was 10. So we've been long-time members since the very beginning, and back in January we started this project called UCAN Go. The aim of the project is to help visually impaired people confidently, independently navigate arts venues. And through that idea, we kind of questioned what we would need to be able to do that. We came up with the idea of developing an app that would do that. We're working with the Wales Millennium Centre and the Torch Theatre in Milford Haven. The idea is at the moment that through audio mapping and audio directions and exploring all those different kinds of avenues, working with photographs and audio cues, to help build a visual mental map of a building and to help you get from A to B. If you want to add anything?
Yeah, so it's a user-led project, so myself and Mared are a massive part of the project doing, we're researching within the VI community, so we're collecting all the research that we need to give to Calvium, to Joe, to basically create the app and make it as accessible as possible. Because the idea and the way that we're presenting the app is that it's hopefully going to act as a low vision aid, so it's just like another piece of kit that you can use to make your life easier.
This is quite unique as a project in that the visually impaired people are at the front of the project and completely leading it. We're so used to having people ask us what we want and then going away and sort of doing it for us. This project is extremely unique in that me and Meg are kind of there researching into symptoms of eye conditions, into the use of language that we use to describe things, mobility, training, all these different things, and talking to our friends and various avenues of people in the VI community and trying to discover what is best, not assuming anything, trying to find out what we all need in order to become more independent. And so, Joe, we collect all of this and then we say, Joe, this is what we want, help please. And she goes away and makes it all possible.
So my role in this is as the technical partner, but the reason it's nice, I wanted to kind of cover two aspects of the project really. The first, I'm going to talk about why it's really great to work with arts organisations and UCAN in particular on these kind of co-creation activities. And the second, to talk about the processes and the methods that we've used to adopt this approach. So the first reason it's great is, and UCAN in particular, is arts organisations already have processes, methods and techniques to kind of engage people, to know about engaging people and knowing about taking a kind of
experience-led perspective, and that's something that we all want to hold true. And also, I found with UCAN is they're brilliant listeners, and so it's really great to be able to have the open, sharing, collaborative environment that Vic alluded to this morning. I should say as well, Calvium, we're also residents of the Pervasive Media Studio, and so the ethos and the work styles and the things that were covered in this morning's talk is something that we've always used and shared. Calvium came out of HP Labs, and there we always adopted this user-led engagement with the arts approach. And so when I started talking with Megan and Mared, and we identified actually that many of the things that they already know how to do, they could apply to this problem. In terms of engaging their intended audience, articulating the problems, being able to describe the end experience that they want. And so all that was really, really useful. They're also, of course, very good at organising and planning. So our approach, of course, is an iterative one. And so when we want to set up the user trials, which you're seeing some of the pictures from, we've run 3 now. We did a preliminary trial at the Vision School of Optometry because that was a known space, and we wanted actually just to try out mechanisms that we could test quickly that would work with our intended audience. Because I have a background in research, but that's not my role in this thing, I said to the girls, well, okay, we've got to have these activities. What do we want to understand? We want to understand about language. We want to know whether the mechanism works. We want to do this research into visual impairments. And so UCAN could take that and apply kind of their regimented theatre production processes in terms of organising the groups, transposing the methods you have to use for research, for example, adopting a verbal questionnaire rather than getting people to fill in forms. Setting it up so that the way that we could test how well people understood about distances became more game-like. So we got, they arranged to have a game where they lined people up on a line, asked them to walk a number of meters. They composed a mechanism where people would walk and they would try out different instructions, audio instructions, which again was a technique drawn from the theatre practice. And so that was an engaging and useful way that we could then video people to see which of those instructions were registered and which didn't. So for all of these reasons, I think it's a really great thing for people in the creative sector to be able to work with the arts organisations and to actually make them realise that the skills and the knowledge and the expertise that they have is perfectly relevant to the technical, creative and problem-solving design processes that we need to come up with a solution for this problem. And I think the other good aspect of that, and the positive aspect, is that, of course, it's a problem worth solving. And so we have that shared vision and empathy in wanting to actually, if we can help anybody to give them more confidence in being able to go to arts organisations, that's very worthwhile. And I've certainly had the pleasure of, in conducting some of the trials, to see the feedback on the people who've realised the potential of this app and indeed said, gosh, this would really liberate me, this really would be good. And that's something worth doing, and so that's a very positive thing. I think the second part of the piece I wanted to kind of draw was just to be more pragmatic about the techniques and the tools that we've used. Back in 2004, I have my own experience design framework, which we use as an underpinning mechanism. I use it on all my client projects to kind of draw out to make sure that we have things covered. So first of all, we identify a persona with traits and so on. So we cover the user, we cover the knowledge of the intended context and place and so on. And so with that framework, I could then direct and we could have an open dialogue about, okay, we need to understand the environment, this building and so on. So we had recce's, and in order to rapidly prototype, the first activity that we did was I encouraged the girls to lead one another as if one was the app and the other was the user, to walk around the space, record that so that then I could analyse those journeys and see if I could construct a kind of technical underpinning for that. And so again, adopting practical and pragmatic exercises and stages has been a useful activity, and one which again you kind of brilliant at picking up. So we have the framework. The other quadrants is understanding the technology. Again, I've been particularly bullish. My background's in technology. I was in HP Labs for 20 years. I've done a lot of stuff on indoor location positioning systems, but I wanted to make sure this was not a technology-led project, and I didn't want any venue to have to invest in instrumenting itself. So I was perverse in sticking to my guns that we should try to come up with a solution that could just use the considerable power that's already in people's phones. So yes, compasses are in, accelerometers are in, all of that good stuff is in, but not assuming that you'd have iBeacons everywhere or ultrasonics or anything else inside the building, because then it's a scalable proposition for many, many other arts venues. And the fourth quadrant of the experience design framework is understand the content. And of course the verbal map and understand the content I knew is actually 80% of the solution. And as the girls mentioned earlier, it's about coming up with the language that works with people. And again, part of this iterative process and what we've done together is learn about what works for the audience by talking to other people who work in the visually impaired community, about understanding the right landmarks in buildings and being able to codify and come up with a compelling way of people being able to lead by the ear to their seat or to the bar or to particular spaces. So the other tool that we use for that, in Calvium we've developed our own app development platform. It's called App Furnace, and it allows you to rapidly prototype. And so all of the first levels of app that we've been testing have been created doing that mechanism. Once we know exactly how the app will work and what it will all be, and we get to that level, it'll be an iOS app. But up until now, we can use that for rapid prototyping. The only reason for moving away from that is because we need to, of course, make as much use of the accessibility mechanisms in the phone from a technical point of view. But from a pragmatic point of view, iOS development is far longer and more complex than the prototyping vehicle we've got. And so to be able to hit that kind of iterative stuff, it's a bit like the talk about paper prototyping. App Furnace is almost our paper prototyping vehicle because we can turn it around so quickly. So we use App Furnace. The other mechanisms and tools that we use to collaborate and do the co-creation, of course, is to have this discourse, this continuous conversation, and to constantly be asking questions. So I am learning the world of visual impairment. I'm learning how accessibility gets used practically. I'm learning the world of the theatre and understanding that, and the stuff, all of the things about visual impairment. Likewise, I don't know, are you learning stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. I now know what an iBeacon is. 6 months ago, no clue. No, I think we've learned so much in such a short amount of time. Having to do so much research into apps, and those apps that have been designed for the visually impaired as opposed to by the visually impaired, and learning, what's even possible to do. And something that we thought was so complicated maybe to input into the app was actually completely simple, and something we thought was extremely simple turned out to be extremely complicated.
I think, yeah, it's sort of like the interface design. It was when we asked if we could have the option of changing from more than one different interface, color contrast change, because that's a massive thing for people with a visual impairment, is to have the choice of what they're used to using, and it was just to have the knowledge that you could do that.
Yeah.
And that.
Yeah, very small things, but hopefully making big changes. And I'd just like to say that this is we started off this project as it being for the visually impaired, by the visually impaired, but as we've discussed this project with people, I think we're noticing that it's going to be hopefully very beneficial for anyone who'd like to use it in whatever context and for whatever reason. The beauty of it is that you can use it as much as you like or as little as you like in pre-planning your visit to the Wales Millennium Centre, or whilst you're navigating the building there and then. From anyone who's a little bit shy or doesn't know Cardiff, doesn't know the theatre, to someone who is registered blind. And yeah.
So I suppose to wrap up discussion about my thoughts about the processes, methods and tools for making the co-creation process work as well as I believe it has done so far. I mean, the other thing, I think again it's about this, is developing a shared common language, sharing as we go, and making sure that there's no, reference points and so on, and being able to really make sure that we understand what the other person is saying, and to be comfortable with moving forward, and engaging constantly with our intended audience as we go.
Yeah, I mean, we can only reach a certain point where we can make a decision on something. After that, we have to test it, and we have to ask everyone we know what they think, and come to a conclusive idea of what we all need and want from it. And I think that's where we're succeeding, is by constantly questioning and asking and delivering it.
Okay, again, fantastic project. I think one of the, by the way, even if you tweeted a question, it might be worth asking those verbally. So there's a microphone. If you put your hand up, if you wish to ask a question. Let me just ask you a couple of things first, because I think one of the things that I've not been able to get my head around in some ways trying to do this in all of the projects, it's that talking about a co-creating, collaborative relationship, it seems like you've got one that actually could be explained, whereas lots of other people seem to be trying to make one work. But is your approach that you all three of you have taken? Could you just quickly walk me through what a discussion's like when you're having these, and what's different from Joe's point of view? I think when you're having these conversations, how does that differ from the conversations perhaps you're having in other environments with other people wishing to do things? So maybe Megan or Mary could just tell us at the start, just explain a meeting to me, just go through how those kind of planning meetings actually work.
Well, UCAN and Calvium are the same in that we're very, you join the family almost, and it's a creative environment where we're just sharing ideas. So we're all very much being on an equal playing field, and I don't know, but no meeting for me ever feels like it's a business meeting. It always feels fun, and so that way we get to explore everything that we want to do. And by the end of it, come up with a conclusive idea. So
you're not prescriptive about the approach. You have an overall objective, but you leave a lot of room, by the sound of it, for discussion in that.
Absolutely, yeah. We have set milestones that we have to reach.
Yes, I mean the other critical member of the team who's not here today is Louise. So Louise, I think the other thing that I think works in this formula, and again is one of the things about which is great to work with UCAN is used to teamwork. So they're used to being able to be supportive and for people to be able to show their different strengths and skills. So Louise, who's a critical member of the team, she is completely on it in terms of planning milestone schedules. So she'll take that project management thing and make sure that everybody keeps to track. I've got my experience in that I'll bring to bear in terms of my responsibility, and I have to deliver the app, I have to come up with a technical solution, and I have to steer it from that point of view. Megan and Meredith are leading completely on the actual design of the content, the experience, and making sure that the content will work. And so I think it is about that high performance team culture, really, is that you acknowledge and recognise each other's strengths, but it doesn't mean nobody else can have an opinion on that. But at the end of the day, we're clear about what our ultimate responsibilities will be. So we will have regular planning, scheduling meetings, and we will divvy up responsibilities and work so that we know what's expected and delivered to one another before the next meeting. And so I think that kind of helps to build this mutual trust and respect in that you're in it together and you've got these codependencies.
Absolutely, we're all in this, we all want it to work, and we are all really excited about where it's heading and the new things that we're learning all the time, and therefore I think we're all just we're there and we want to see it work, and so we make it work. But communication is a massive part of the whole thing.
It's that clear objectives, though. That's where, because we've been talking about a lot of projects today where I think people come with agenda. So you've got different media coming in, trying to find compromise. But yours sounds less about compromise, more about a sense of what you have the vision and the ideas about what you know could be achieved and what would actually work for you, and that you're then trying to find between you in quite an iterative way the bit that could actually deliver something, and then you kind of presumably work out the best that you could do within that kind of overall. But that seems to me a quite a sound way of working for everybody if your starting point is that.
Yeah, and I think it was the initial meeting that we had when we first decided to work with Calvium. It was that thing. Me and Marid came with a massive list. This is what we want.
Magic wand.
And Joe said, right, let's be realistic. And I think from that moment on, we just knew it was going to work, and we knew that
it was. Yeah, your honesty and reality straight away let us know that we could trust you, and that we were working with someone who wanted it to work just as much as we did.
But it was sort of, and we've always thought that you've been able to see exactly what we want. It's always been the same. We're heading towards the same thing. It's not.
So I think that shared vision and goal. I
think the verbalising sounds interesting as well. Because I mean, maybe more out of necessity, but I think the discussion, maybe rather than it being about the technology, it sounds like you start with a discussion. It starts with a proper verbal interaction, which maybe is a strength that we're not using enough across a lot of the projects we've been talking about.
Yeah, it wasn't a trite comment that the ability to listen helps that part of that team dynamic, because it is about then sharing and developing that common language, because I will find, you probably notice I pick up terms that you've used in the next meeting and vice versa. Mm-hmm. So eventually, we're getting to a common... Yeah,
we probably both learned from each other, so I guess that makes the realism fixed. So anyone got any questions they'd like to ask? Okay, well, let me ask you a couple of things just to finish then as we move into the break, which we've got to do quite quickly. First of all, how many buildings are you working in at the moment? That this is how many venues?
2 at the Wales Millennium Centre and the Torch Theatre in Milford Haven. 2 very different venues.
Absolutely. And is it something that you're talking to people about maybe taking out into more places? Because it seems to me, as you said, the word scalable came up earlier on. It seems to me like a business with a lot of potential.
That would be the ideal. I mean, the idea of this funding is that these 2 will be proof of concepts, proper apps that people should be able to download and use to visit those 2 venues. And if we're as successful as we aspire to be, then hopefully other venues would say, well, gosh, I would like that for my venue. And then as a team, will have the knowledge of how to make those verbal maps and interface and overviews. And so the dream is that that's a sustainable
and it does make sense. And I think you could, as someone who routinely gets lost in buildings, I think it's something that you could actually see coming up, particularly where you've got complex structures. I mean, it seems to me you may be thinking of something which is applicable quite widely.
And while we talk with the tweet there, it says, could apps for visual impairments be implemented in more industries as well as the arts? As we've been, when we get carried away with our, our dreams of success, then of course, a building is a building is a building, and so any other kind of museums, as well as shopping malls, shops, anything. Where
festivals,
absolutely,
where this could be helpful. Yes, of course.
And so there is actually a plan at the end of this. There is actually a business plan. You're thinking about this quite broadly, or because it sounds like it started
as an aspirational one. I mean, I think we have our dreams, but we still have to, system and research project, and we have to see how well the actual app will get received. But the feedback so far from the groups we've tried it with does show that it works, which
is quite a big thing, I would think. So the other industries that this might be applicable to, I mean, festivals you were talking about, it's actually a very good question, because when you sit down and think, venues seem like a place where you want to have access, but actually when you sit down and you think about all the potential applications of this, it's quite wide, isn't it? There's a hell of a lot of places where instant access to verbal information that could take you to places. You could imagine how that could turn into quite an important network in all kinds of areas.
Yes, yeah, but it would have to mature. I mean, and the reality is obviously the expense and the time for creating these verbal maps. So you'd have to get something that is led by those institutes that can first of all afford it. So the early adopters are more likely to be from the retail industry, I think, rather than those smaller venues. But
so you can be sold at while you're walking around. They can point you to the concession stand. So just lastly, just finish on this point. Then you talk about an ethical dimension. I think you mentioned, Joe, and you were talking about an ethos that you maybe had at Pervasive Media. But what is that ethos? Let's finish on a discussion on some points on co-creation, because this is a classic co-creation, isn't it? This is co-creation absolutely personified. But what is it that you're saying is the underlying?
I think Vic had a really good list. I think part of that is about a space for an open culture in which no one is my thing goes, and therefore you can all talk, but at the end of the day it's my opinion, where people respect and everybody can have part in that creative dialogue. But those methods, it's about iteration, learning, being able to hear the feedback from the user, as well as taking our own decisions forward, engagement with the intended people, yeah, I think it's those kind of.
So it kind of grows. It has an automatic growth in it. It's kind of organically growing because that interaction creates. And
I think also being very clear, it's great. I mean, sometimes honesty can backfire. You don't get grants because you say, I couldn't possibly do that. But I never sign up for anything unless I think I could actually do it. And I think it's about that honesty with each other, because I think if you were entered into these things because you're almost bluffing, it's never going to work, because one side's going to let the other down. So I think it is about that clear goals, expectations, and also managing the stakeholders. I mean, this is different because it's an ESTA project, but obviously we work on client projects as well. But I think it's being clear about what we can achieve, what we can't, and what the outcomes will be.
Okay, well, that's a great message to end on. No bluffing in the arts. That's going to rip us all apart. What are we going to have left? So let's take a quarter of an hour break. First of all, thanks for that panel. A really inspiring session, I thought. And you've got a 15-minute break, so back here 1:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's fantastic. I'm sure you can. for our afternoon session. We're covering a lot of ground today, and we've moved now to iBeacon. How many of you were aware before this conference of iBeacon? Okay, quite a few. It is one of those things that I think is those pieces of technology that I think come in every now and again, and people talk about them as a game changer. And as we were talking earlier on, the hype may be overstating it, but actually in its long-term application in terms of commerce and so on, I think there's some fascinating things are going to be happening here. But what we're going to look at is where this fits in, I think, to work that we're doing today, and the fact that it can already be applied effectively at this early stage, I think, makes it very, very interesting indeed. So we've got a number of panelists here. We'll have a discussion at the end, as ever. But Reynolds and David, perhaps you could kick us off, just explaining how you're using it within your. Well, you're going to do it one at a time, aren't you?
Yeah. Okay. So I'll introduce the partners in technology. And my colleague, Reinald, will take us through the proof of concept. Okay, so I work for Amgueddfa Cymru, National Museum Wales, which is a governing body responsible for 7 National Museum sites across Wales. And we've got collections relating to art, natural sciences, history, and archaeology, so a diverse lot of content to work with. And then we partner with other national organisations as well, including local museums, archives, libraries, and community groups. And one of those projects is People's Collection Wales, which, whoops, try the other arrow key, which is a programme of work between culture and heritage bodies in Wales. And the 3 main partners are the museum, the National Library, the Royal Commission, and it is supported by the Welsh Government as well. It's basically a website full of photographs, sound archives, videos, and stories, accessible for anyone to contribute material as well. But there's a lot of community work that goes on as part of the project as well. And since launching, we've worked in collaboration with a lot of different groups and individuals, and it's a really important aspect of our work. And it kind of triggers creative use of the collections that the heritage institutions house, as well as the production of many more items and stories from across Wales. Okay, so we've used the partnership as an opportunity to experiment with technology. For example, things like crowdsourcing. We're a partner in the Wales 1900 project to collect place names on historical OS maps. We're trialing an app to crowdsource data related to specific projects that can be defined by users of that platform. We've experimented with 3D objects, visualizations as well, and things like augmented reality as well. So we experimented on the Eisteddfod field, I can't remember if it was a year or 2 years ago, where we were placing some objects and stories back on the Eisteddfod site. And we've built mapping layers as well to explore the historic environment. You can see an example up there of Carmarthen. And creative facilities for building trails as well within the website. So we pilot and scan for new ideas at the kind of edge of our services, I guess. So using the content, not necessarily the website. But then we choose kind of the projects that I guess show the most value, and then we scale them up and sometimes bring them into the core service itself. Looking at the content platform we use, Lockly, which is a platform for kind of creating and interacting with the beacons themselves. And you structure the content into cards, which can contain pretty much any type of rich media, so things like coffee shop coupons or videos of artists talking about installations and such. So those content cards are triggered by the beacons themselves, and I'll quickly take you through the kind of Bluetooth technology. So yeah, the beacons use Bluetooth low energy, which transmit small packets of data that calculates the proximity of a device from the beacons. And a device receiving an iBeacon transmission can approximate the distance from the beacon, and they're kind of classified as immediate, near, or far, kind of centimeters, meters, or more than 10 meters away. And there are a number of different beacons available for use as well. And they've started becoming prevalent in different sectors. Probably the most popular scenario for iBeacons is that when you walk into a shop that has a beacon, you'd get an alert to, that offers a promotion or an advert or something like that. And maybe you might have something around payment applications. So basically the phones and tablets can see what they are close to as the beacons trigger an action on the device. And in terms of practical considerations, they're low energy, so they don't affect the battery on your phones too much. Or the beacons, they don't drain quickly either. And they are cross-platform, so we were just discussing now how well they actually work on Android platforms as well as iOS. And you know, the other kind of location-based technologies we've also considered as part of the project, but this differs in some respects because the GPS is a location technology, but Bluetooth is a proximity technology. So the GPS uses more battery and it doesn't work as well indoors, and I think that's quite a crucial factor for heritage sites, museums, and cultural venues. Okay, so the proof of concept, do they actually work? For stage 1 of the project, we used, that should say use, not sue, digital content, from both the National Museum and People's Collection Wales to bring them into the platform and then trial them with the beacons just to see what the effect was. And now I'll show you a video of what happens when you use them. Okay. There is actually some cheesy music. I don't know whether that's...
Many thanks, and thanks for your attention for that video. It was quite quick. Also, the cheese that was talked about from David continued throughout the presentation itself. But also, everything you saw there was recorded from an iPhone, but we wanted a way to communicate what the iBeacons can do. And that's what I'd like to show you a bit more about now, is towards the cards that you saw about in that short video, is all published through the Lockly platform, as David spoke about before. Now, those cards can be a simple video, audio, a piece of text, but also you can have the activities, and that's the focus of the participation. So not just access to the information, but what can the person do and interact with the beacon, with the app, with the content. Now, within that, everything you saw in what we did in stage 1 went a bit further than we to begin with, some calibration and transmission problems we had, but they were sorted out, that was fine. But it was very interesting that we began with looking towards what content was already there, or what content was there in the past. And a lot of the material you saw on the video showed some audio clips. Well, they're actually from 1997, so we've reused those, but to be triggered off by the iBeacon itself. Now, for that to happen, what we did was involved the staff at the museum itself. So the curator, the educational officer, the marketing officer, and those working on the ground could actually start to produce and push content to the cards themselves. So this is one example. There's 4 ways of providing and building content on the iBeacons themselves. And the way we approached it at the Llanberis Museum was to take it through the map network folders, and all that means is if you've used a shared folder within an organization, so you can pick the C drive or a folder, you pick Beacon 2, and then you choose the card you want to put on it. So you want this picture, this audio file, this piece of text. I want to change it. I want it in Welsh, in English, or another language. So that's the way we approached it to program the actual beacons and the content themselves. But very importantly, we ensured that there was access then to content that was already available to be repurposed and then to be published through the iBeacons. And everything you've seen there today in the video isn't open to the public yet. That'll be on the 31st of this month. But what we're looking towards is trying to learn from that as well. So in the same way as you would do and people do, between the benefits of publishing on the web is that if it was in a book, then it's published, and you can't change it. Of course, on the web, yes, you can straight away. If it's in an app and you publish the app, you can't change it. Well, you can, but it takes a bit of time, and then it goes through again, you've got to republish. With the iBeacons, a little bit different, because what you've got is access to information about where it's used. So if I take it forward here, it's called Map Morgrug, Ant Map in Welsh. And what we're looking at is it's a basic heat map. But it allows us to actually see where the iBeacons are being used to access content. So that's just a basic level there, as you can see in the red areas. There's obviously a convention. And within the colours that go from red, then we can see where people don't go so much. But we can multi-layer the heat map as well, because we could see here, well, that's just purely for accessing content. But as you saw there, there's learning zones, and in those learning zones, people can start to participate and interact individually with the iBeacon, and then through the app, and then through the content, and back again. So you can have a map layer over that as well, to actually see where the heat maps of participation are. Are they the same? Did the majority just use content or not? So this is purely in the sense of it provides us with feedback, and that's just the basic data feedback loop. That allows us then to see, is this working, and on what levels? So are we seeing, is this good for us, our main aims to be interpretive, maybe the main aims being retail, or the main aims of trying to be learning and getting the feedback from that as well. So that's why we're looking towards seeing that it goes back then towards reviewing the content, but not just simply as a life cycle of months. It can be done within minutes in that sense as well. Now, talking about the participation and the learning side, what we've seen is that the iBeacons bring more than maybe just what a GPS, a good Wi-Fi signal, a tablet, smartphone, and an inquisitive mind could bring to the environment. it actually allows the room or the space itself to become more like a web page, the browser itself, you could say. So within the examples you can see behind me, the museum rooms themselves can become a structured group, and the ad hoc groups could take place, and they could interact with the content from the beacon to their devices and identify them as they walk in. Or they could access different apps towards different content from their own interest as they're going into the museum. So it could be a generic museum one, as you've seen there, so they understand about the discourse of the strike as part of the struggle of the slate industry 200 years or 100 years ago. Or it could be that they've got a huge interest in engineering and they want to understand about the engineering behind it as well. Or they've got both. Who knows? But what it allows us to do is that from that one beacon is transmit many applications. So if I show you the example here, talked about the strike. So we've got in Llanberis, I don't know if you've been to the State Museum, but there's a lovely row of houses. And within that, there's a discourse as a curator has always put there through paper, if it's through a video or through an app or a website. But the discourse is the strike and how people thought about that, and those who did go on strike and those who didn't. And within that, what we're looking to do in phase 2, as we're moving into now, is to explore how this could be used within educational audiences. So a school child going in could have the beacon area in the houses we've got there, so a room in the museum. And as you see from this one, there could be one side of the room or one house. If you walk towards that, that you're saying you are for the strike. So there's a question on your app that asks that. The beacon will recognize that you're actually a striker. You're for the strike, you want to strike. If you then go, or another person comes and they've chosen within the participatory aspect to say, well, no, I'm against the strike, I feel for this, I've read the story, I wouldn't strike, I just wouldn't do it. They get access to different content. So the example can be taken there that when they're in the same space, but they put forward they'd strike. So what they get maybe is a newspaper cutting of the abuse some of these people who actually who didn't strike and how they felt there, and vice versa as well. So they get the same space, but different digital objects from what they've encountered and the way they felt. So they're actually in the discourse itself in a way. So it's measured. They keep it as well, but they're shared through it. So that's one way the beacons add value, and that's what we're looking to explore further. But you can take that further as well, because then if you think about it, then we've got the exploration then of the room itself as a web browser. So the beacons could be 1, 2, 3, doesn't matter how many are there. But it could also take, I suppose, the classroom. If we take the educational example there. So if there's a math teacher, a history teacher coming to the museum, then they're interested into that paradigm, that focus, that view, that theme. So they want to know what does maths have to do with this space in the museum itself. So the iBeacon can recognize this as a teacher, as a maths teacher, and the pupils as teachers, pupils who are following the maths teacher, but in an extended learning environment outside the classroom. So what you've got is the access of the maths teacher comes in to the room in the museum, and therefore the cards within the beacon that comes through are all maths cards. So with the cheat, I don't know about what you'd have, but show you how the calendar works and numeracy. So what's the currency now? How much a loaf of bread cost or whatever. So there's learning outcomes we can map, and we do this in the museum. But this, through the iBeacon, allows the whole room to change. So the same then, the history teacher walks in, obvious examples, but then the cards change. So same iBeacon, maybe same pupils, different teacher, different place goes in. So you can extend that further. So that could be then if there's an expertise or a curator has expertise within engineering walks in, then if the app and it's tuned in towards the engineering aspect, then those cards can change again. So we're looking towards testing this, but also taking it further within the stage 2. And this is again thinking about what can iBeacons provide me that a GPS, a good Wi-Fi, an inquisitive mind, and a tablet couldn't do. Well, the dwell time is one thing we're really looking at now, and it works on a technical basis. So we've reached that, that's fine. What I mean about this is that there's a room in the National State Museum called the Caban. Now the Caban is the place where the workers used to eat. It's interesting, so you can see how they used to eat. You've got nice benches, you've got the cutlery they used to use, talks about, the panel says about what they used to eat and so forth. I asked the senior curator there, roughly, how how long do people stay around in this room? And they said about 3.5 minutes, thereabouts, and that's it. And they've usually absorbed most of the information they've read. A bit of sound in the background as well. So if somebody stayed more than 3.5 minutes, we could assume that they've either dropped something, or a child is running around or something like that, or we could assume that they've got some further engagement. They're quite interested. They want to learn more. They're looking for more. So the iBeacon can then provide to know that they're still in this proximity. They've still got the device. They've read and absorbed the information that they've gone through, maybe participated as well. So there's an opportunity there for a higher, deeper, both level of information to be suggested. And that's the difference between the iBeacon. It is suggested. So it's subtle. You could ask you, would you like to learn more about how this space that you're standing in now influenced the trade union of the whole of Europe in the rest of the 50 years after what you just read now? And it could be, nope, because my child is now fine, I'm going away. It could be, yeah, because I'm interested, I want to learn more. So then it comes, and it could, I know we talked about open data yesterday, so it could be a newspaper clipping that talks about this, and the discussions they had, and the rules, and the new form of thinking, the innovation, all in this room that started, and so forth. So we can take that as the dwell time, the engagement time, and the beacons allow you to calibrate that. Now, this one is going to be quite interesting. We're taking forward as I do, but also we're working just subtly with the V&A to see how could you actually work with the aims of trying to see, well, if I'm coming in with this app and I've been in this museum and I'm engaged in culture and heritage and the slate and whatever else in engineering, but then you walk out and then, oh, that's it, finished now, isn't it? Not necessarily, because if then there's iBeacons within the area, and within the Slate Museum there's a lovely new hospital, old hospital that's been done up by HLF funding and so forth, that again says a great history in that hospital, and related to the industry, related to what they're doing. So there's a cross-promotional aspect that we can take in there. And what we're doing with the V&A is just simply to see, could the same app that works in the Slate Museum actually work at the V&A? Now that's just a purely technical aspect to do, but imagine if that happened within the confines of where you're at, and the cross opportunities. So it's not so much as, oh no, I have to go to another organization. I don't care. I'm here to learn. I've got time. I'm engaged. I'm tuned in towards culture and heritage. Show me or suggest some things for me. It allows for that opportunity where the content exists and the beacon can serve. Now, I'm not going to go through all this, and there's not enough time and everything else, but this shows in graphical terms the way that the beacon can become infinite in the level of stacks of access to application and content that's behind it. And within that, it's up to the individual and the person to tune in from their own interests. So the option could be that you've got the access to, I don't know, if it's a Key Stage 2, or if you're taken as a school child, or if you're just interested in engineer, or if you've got a specific aspect of history that you've been researching for family history, then if that information is there, it's possible to parcel it and serve it through the content of the beacon themselves on a multiple project. So in the same space, you can have access to an infinite, in one way, number of information through an app that allows you then to access more, but get a more personalized aspect, information, and the interaction as well. Now, what this allows you to do is more towards have an omnipresent potential for broadcasting through the beacons. So when you're actually ready to engage, you can switch it on. The LE Bluetooth finds out what's been transmitting around you, and then it can be suggested, and you can access. You can participate if you want or not. But it allows you the opportunity then, if this infrastructure is there, to do that interaction and participation through it as well. Now, there's a lot of different coin to and everything else, but certainly the more we worked on this as a pilot within the National Museum and the National Slate Museum, and talking with other partners, the more you saw it's more than just a device that can help to push content through. And we took here the elements of the retail, not just to push towards spam or this offer or there and everything else. What's the added value? And that's what we saw, is that it's the browser for the real world. So you've got physical objects, and then you've got virtual objects. So bring them together. And then it is the Internet of Things. It's in a sense seeing the unique identifier of that object, the unique person, the unique event in that time and space and engagement and participation that could happen. That can be taken as far or as little as possible as that person wants. So really, putting forward, there's no offline, potentially, with iBeacons. And also, within that, it could become the new digital channel for culture and heritage if we've got that strategic focus to bring it together. So I'll finish there in that sense, just to say that we're going forward to this stage 2. So everything I've talked about is an exploration, but it's so far so good. But we are looking at this is what's the added value for the end user. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sure everyone's now thinking of a million ideas in their heads for application. It's great to see that explained in that way. It explains the breadth of this. If you want a question or make a point, don't forget you've got your Twitter. You've got the hashtag. It'd be good to get some questions on this. Next up, we've got Phil Stead from cymdeithasol, the digital director. He's going to speak in Welsh, so you're going to need your headphones. Did everyone pick up some headphones on the way in? I'm sure you did. You've got your quick chance to grab them if you didn't. Okay. If you've got any final thoughts on the whole conference as well that you wish to express, feel free to send those as well at some point. So we're going to have, but wait till after the break. We've got a final session coming up, so you may have some big thoughts that you want the panel to think about at the end. Okay, Phil.
Prynawn da. Dwi'n falch nathon nhw mynd yn gyntaf, achos nes I dysgu gymaint o'r gwrando yn nhw. Dwi'n bechod rili bod nes I ddim siarad efo nhw cyn dechrau prosiect ni. Phil Stead ydw I, dwi'n cyfarwyddwr digidol cwmni da, yn Gaernarfon, dyn ni'n based. Dwi wedi dysgu Cymraeg, so falle ni wedi clywed dipyn bach o geiriau Saesneg yn canol cyflwyniad fi. Mae cwmni da yn cwmni sy'n gweithredu yn gyfan gwbl trwy iaith Gymraeg yn Gaernarfon. Dyna'r adeilad ni, dyn ni newydd symud I mewn. 70 o pobl sy'n gweithio yna, ac yn hanesyddol mae pobl yn meddwl am cwmni da fel y cwmni teledu. Dyma rhai o rhaglenni dyn ni'n gwneud yn ddiweddar. Rhan fwyaf o gwaith ni yn cael ei darlledu ar S4C. Gyda weld llun o fferm factor ar y chwith yn fyna, sy'n fath o X-factor ar gyfer ffermwyr. Mae syniad yna wedi cael ei derbyn mewn I China, Ukraine yn ddiweddar, ac mi oedd yna darllediad gyntaf o fferm factor yn Norwy mis Ionawr. So mae hwnna'n fformat dyn ni'n werthu dros y byd, mae'n fformat poblogaidd iawn. Rhai o rhaglenni arall ar S4C, rhaglen comedi dim byd, lot o rhaglenni celf fel y cyfres pethau. Dyn ni'n gwneud noson lawen, light entertainment, sioe tudur, lwyth I nhw. Ar gyfer BBC, nathon ni'n gwneud helicopter rescue yn ddiweddar, a hefyd rhaglen celf arall, sef The Exhibitionists. Ac am Channel 4, dyn ni wedi gwneud Wild Things yn ddiweddar, a dyn ni'n gweithio ar syniadau newydd gyda bob sianel really, ac hefyd platforms cynnwys newydd. Nes I dechrau'n cwmni da 2 flwyddyn yn ôl, efo brief I dechrau yr ochr digidol y cwmni. Oedd y cwmni yn gweld bod pethau'n convergence yn dŵad ac oedd mwy o pethau yn digwydd ochr digidol. Ac ers hynny, dyn ni wedi gwneud dipyn o waith digidol ar y chwith y fyna ti gweld dyma fi, TV. Nathon ni cael plant ar un ddiwrnod y mis Mehefin I mynd allan a ffilmiau I bywydau nhw, anfon nhw mewn I ni uwchlwytho nhw i'r wefan dyma fi, a wedyn cael y clips I gilydd mewn awr o ddarllediad nath digwydd yn ystod wythnos y plant ym mis Tachwedd. Dyn ni wedi datblygu apps hefyd. Ti'n gweld app Papur Dre yn fyna, sy'n prosiect hyper lleol, nath ni ennill cystadleuaeth Nesta, sef Destination Local. Ac hefyd mae yna Britain's Holiest Places oedd ar BBC 4, fersiwn Cymraeg ar S4C, llefydd y sanctaidd. Ac Beth sy'n diddorol, lot o pethau dyn ni'n neud yn sôn am lleoliad. Maen nhw'n location relevant. So dyna pam oeddwn ni'n dechrau meddwl pan oeddwn ni clywed am beacons. Mae'n gweld bod lot o syniadau pobl eisiau gwybod sut i wneud prosiectau sy'n angen lleoliad mwy precise na GPS. Nathon ni dod ar draws cronfa yma, cronfa ymchwil a datblygu digidol i'r celfyddydau yng Nghymru. Ac oedd y cronfa yma, oedd yna rhyw fath o cystadleuaeth eto, oedd rhan yno fo yn cael ei cyflogi gan Nesta, efo Cyngor Celf hefyd, Art Humanities Research Council a Llywodraeth a Lottery. A be oedd hwn angen oedd mudiadau celf yn datblygu prosiectau digidol sy'n experiment with digital technology, expand neu enhance audience engagement, use new business models, and they address rural and bilingual issues. O'n i wedi bod mewn cysylltiad efo Estimote, sef cwmni o Glad Pwyl. O'n i wedi weld fideos nhw ar y we oedd yn dangos sut mae iBeacons yn gweithio ac oedd o'n ffantastig, oedd o'n cyffroes iawn iawn. So syth i ffwrdd ges i developers kit syth o'r factory yn Glad Pwyl. A maen nhw'n werthu nhw, maen nhw'n costio $100 am kit o 3 Estimotes. A hefyd, beth sy'n dda amdano nhw, maen nhw'n dod efo app hefyd sy'n gadael ti gallu troi device mewn i app i profi pethau. A hefyd mae'n app hefyd sy'n gadael ti gweinyddu'r sut mae beacons eu hun yn gweithio cyn i chdi datblygu unrhyw meddalwedd arall. O'n i wedi bod yn trafod efo Reol Plasg Llanweddw yn Llanbedrog am syniadau digidol. O'n i wedi dod ar draws nhw yn canadledd diwydiant creadigol yn Gaernarfon a wedi sôn am prosiectau amrywiol. Maen nhw'n hen plasti, maen nhw, yr oriel hynna yn Cymru. Ac mae'n lleoliad ffantastig a Gwyn Jones sy'n rhedeg yr oriel yn arloesol iawn yn ei hun. Mae'n bob tro'n barod i trio syniadau newydd ac yn defnyddio yr ochr digidol i wella gwasanaeth i ymwelwyr yna. So, oedden ni'n digon ffodus i ennill y cystadleuaeth yma, un o 10 neu 8 prosiect, dwi'n meddwl, oedd UCAN un arall ohonyn nhw. A felly, oedden ni'n gorfod penderfynu be i wneud, oedd rhan o'r cais ni i wneud 3 prosiect wahanol, oedd o'n cais eitha swmpus. Ac am yr un gyntaf, nathon ni defnyddio arddangosfa eitha benodol, really, o Diane Metcalf. Diane Metcalf yn dynes oedd wedi gweithio yn banc trwy fywyd hi i gyd, wedi penderfynu dod nôl i dilyn eang hi a dechrau creu celf. Dwi'n gwybod beth i oed hi'r 40 neu rhywbeth. Ac oedd Dan barod i gweithio efo ni a creu app dim ond ar gyfer ei arddangosfa hi. Ac oedd y lleoliad yn gret. Dyma ni yn setio fyny yr iBeacons yn yr oriel. A syniad oedd, oedden ni eisiau danganfod rhai o pethau o'r peilot gyntaf yma. How accurate are the ranges? So, mae'n deud bod mae'n near, medium a far ranges. So, fel ti'n mynd mewn y mwy agos i'r beacon, ti'n gallu newid y cynnwys, ti'n gallu cael activity wahanol. How responsive, sut mor sydyn ydy'r cynnwys. Ni wedi weld y fideos lle maen nhw'n newid yn automatically ac yn sydyn iawn fel yna, mae'n edrych yn gret, ond mewn lleoliad go iawn, efo pobl o gwmpas a pethau arall yn ystafell, sut mor responsive ydyn nhw. Be di battery life nhw? Maen nhw wedi gaddo bob maen nhw'n para am beth, ond ydyn nhw'n go wir. A mwy o bwysig wrth gwrs, be di profiad y defnyddiwr? Sut mae yn wella'r profiad? Ydy o'n wella'r profiad hyd yn oed? Oedd app ni eitha basic o fewn dyluniad, dim ond rhyw 2 wythnos oedd gyda ni roi'r holl peth i gilydd i datblygu a dylunio i cwrdd am serlen yr arddangosfa. So felly, be oedd hi'n gallu gwneud, oedden ni wedi mynd i cyfweld a Diane, oedd hi ddim yn fodlon bod ar fideo. So, nathon ni defnyddio sain efo hi yn sôn am ei gwaith hi, sôn am y darnau celf priodol. A oedd ti gallu cael, os ti'n gweithio top chwith yn fyna, os ti'n clipio hwnna, ti'n cael llun, oedd hi'n cymryd snapshots o'r lleoliad cyn peintio. So oedd ti'n gweld y snapshots nath ysbrydoli hi yn wreiddiol. Mi oedd yna video clips o curators yr oriel ei hun yn sôn am ei celf hi. Oedd yna audio clips o'n hi yn siarad amdano fo, ac oedd yna opsiwn wedyn i prynu neu archebu'r darn o celf. Be ti'n gweld ar y top o'r app yn fyna? Ti'n gweld llun o'r beacon ei hun. Be nathon ni ffeindio allan efo profiad defnyddiwr oedd nhw angen gweld y beacon i gwybod be i wneud efo'r device. Oedden ni ddim efo digon amser i roi device ar App Store, felly oedden ni'n handio devices allan i pobl oedd yn ymweld ar oriel. Ond oedden nhw jyst ddim yn gwybod be oedd yn mynd i wneud. So os oedden nhw'n gallu weld y beacon a gweld y beacon ar y device, oedd y lliwiau wahanol, oedden nhw'n gwybod, o reit, dyna'r beacon glas yn fyna. Oedden ni'n ffeindio hefyd, os ti'n cael mwy nag un mewn un stafell, ti'n mynd i cael problemau. Mae device yn edrych around am beacons arall, and so ti'n canolwylio rhywbeth. A mae beacon nesaf yn fflacio fyny, mae cynnwys yn fflacio fyny. Ac digwydd bod, o'n i wedi siarad efo Joe o Calfiam am hyn, yn un o'r gwaithdau y cronfa yma, a nath i deud, ond ni wedi ffeindio bod ti angen o leia 8 metr i cael nhw'n gweithio'n iawn. Be nath ni'n neud ar draws hynny oedd, ti'n gweld ar y top, mae yna rhyw clo a mae yna nearby, so ti'n gweld y darnau o celf oedd yna, ac ti'n gallu cloi y cynnwys i lawr, so di o ddim yn symud o gwmpas. Yn anffodus, oedd gwaith celf Diane Metcalf yn debyg iawn i gilydd. So fel ti'n gweld, mae yna 3 darn wahanol yn fyna, ond di o ddim yn amlwg pa darn y celf ti'n sôn amdan. So, oedd y beacons yn gorfod bod yn gweledol o'n i'n ffeindio. Ac mae hwnna'n issue hefyd pan ti'n sôn am celf. Ydy'r artist eisio rhyw beacon plastig lliwiol o dan eu gwaith nhw. So dyna yr atebion. Nathon ni ffeindio bod, ar hyn o bryd, mae Apple yn constantly diweddaru yr iOS tipyn bach, a maen nhw'n edrych ar y ffordd maen nhw'n delio efo iBeacons. A bob tro oedden nhw'n gwneud hynny, oedd o'n newid tipyn bach oedd yr app yn gweithio. So oedden ni gorau addasu'n meddalwydd trwy'r amser. Dyn nhw ddim yn licio bod mae beacons arall yn range o gwbl, so dyna meddwl bod ti'n aml yn gorau defnyddio near function. Yna mae near function dwi'n near iawn, mae'n agos iawn. So ti bron yn gorau mynd reit i fyny nesaf iddyn nhw. Dwi wedi sôn am y lock function, ac yn sôn am profiad defnyddiwr, oedden ni'n ffeindio yn y cas yma, pan ti'n sôn am gwaith celf, oedd audio yn lot gwell na fideo. Achos be oedd pobl yn neud, oedd ti wedi defnyddio'r device, sbïo yna fo, watcho rhywun yn sôn am y celf, ac actually ddim yn engagio gymaint efo'r celf. Oedd yn gweithio'n well pan oedden nhw'n gallu clywed yr artist yn sôn am y gwaith ac yn dal yn engagio a mwynhau'r gwaith celf o flaen nhw. Oedd yn bwysig sut oedd ti'n ffilmio fo hefyd. Fel arfer yn teledu, dyn ni wedi arfer ffilmio pobl yn sôn am celf o flaen y celf ei hun. Ond wrth gwrs, os ti'n agos i iBeacon, ti ddim angen y gwaith celf achos ti o flaen o. So ti jyst angen y person sy'n siarad, sy'n creu challenge a creu'n her a ffordd ti'n ffilmio. Cynnwys yn brenin, dwi'n gwybod os mae'n gweithio yn Gymraeg. Os ti ddim efo cynnwys dda, ys dim pwynt yn neud o jyst oherwydd y technoleg. Ie, mae'n gret bod o'n gweithio, waw, sbio o'n gweithio. Celf bod ti'n meddwl yn ofalus iawn am y celf, a dim ond yn dewis falle artists sydd yn fully engagio efo'r syniad ac yn barod i creu cynnwys sy'n werth cael. Ond, mae profiad yn ffantastig. Pan ti'n jyst yn cerdded rownd device a ti'n gweld y cynnwys yn newid fel ti'n symud a ti ddim yn gwybod pam yn symud. Pam yn gweithio, mae'n bendigedig a mae'n cyffroes iawn a mae'n gymaint o potential efo fo. Ni'n symud wedyn am yr ail pilot. Eto, oedd hwn yn sydyn iawn, oedd gen ni rhyw mis i datblygu hwn, ond oeddwn ni eisiau edrych ar y ffordd creadigol oedd artist ei hun yn gallu defnyddio iBeacons yma. Dim fel gwybodaeth, dim fel ochr yr oriel neu ochr masnachol falle, ond beth sy'n myfyrwyr yn wneud os nhw efo iBeacons i defnyddio fel rhan o'i celf. Oedden ni eisiau testio, oedden ni wedi creu y fersiwn Android am un hefyd, so oedden ni eisiau testio hwnna, sut mae devices wahanol yn gweithio efo nhw. So dyma rhestr o devices sy'n compatible efo nhw ar hyn o bryd. So mae tipyn bach ar y cysp, achos mae yna dal yn rhai pobl efo devices sy'n wedi dod yn gynt cyn hynny. So mae'n teimlo fel technoleg sydd ddim cweit yn barod i bod yn hollol yn masnachol. Da ni ar yr edge lle mae pawb wedi upgradeio ffôns o leiaf i iPhone 4S. App Store, oedden ni'n mynd i cyhoeddi'r apps yma a wneud nhw ar gael i pobl yn ymweld â. So, o'n i eisiau gwybod sut oedd yr App Store yn mynd i profi fo, achos fel arfer, ti byth yn gwybod faint mor hir mae App Store yn mynd i awdurdodi'r app a gadael ti cyhoeddi fo. Ond yn y cas yma, o'n i cael profi'n iawn, actually, oedden nhw'n dros 2 wythnos. Achos heb y beacons, wrth gwrs, dyn nhw ddim yn gallu profi sut mae app yn gweithio. So oedden nhw'n dod nôl efo cwestiynau, oedd ddim cweit yn addas, fel oedden nhw ddim wedi dod o draws lot o apps iBeacons eto, sydd ddim cweit yn siŵr ei hun sut i beirniadu nhw. So yn anffodus, gathon ni caniatad, gath yr app ei awdurdodi yn canol yr arddangosfa lle o flaen. A Wi-Fi, connectivity, bet noir o unrhyw prosiect yn Cymru. Oedden ni'n lwcus iawn yn Plasg yn Newydd bod oedden nhw wedi cael ffiber i mewn yn canol y prosiect, so oedden ni'n gallu cynnal y fideo. Ond heb hynny, oedden ni'n gorfod edrych ar local servers ac yn Coleg Menai, oedden ddim Wi-Fi 3G na dim byd, ac oedden students wedi gwneud lot o fideo, so oedden ni'n gorfod rhoi hwnna ar yr app ei hun sydd yn gwneud â enfawr. Rhai o'r syniadau, nath Thomas ar y chwith yna yn actually defnyddio yr iBeacon yn gledol fel rhan o'i celf o. Oedd wedi gwneud graphic comic ar y wal, so fel oedd ti'n mynd rownd y beacons, oedd ti'n cael tudalen newydd o'r graphic comic. Oedd Fleur ar y top yna wedi creu fideos, oedd hi wedi gwneud rhyw pop-up townscapes o Biwmaris Caernarfon a Portmeirion, ac oedd hi wedi creu fideos stop motion, oedd yn del iawn. A wedyn ar y gwaelod ti'n gweld Gwenny, oedd hi wedi defnyddio sain, so oedd hi wedi creu rhyw statue allan o pethau wedi ffeindio ar y môr, so oedd hi'n cael fideos o tywydd ac yr awyrgylch. Oedd yna lot mwy, oedd yna rai rili creadigol, oedd gen i ddim amser i cwblhau, oedd un boi eisiau dwyn profile photos o devices pobl oedd yn dod mewn ac yn projectio nhw ar y wal. So, nathon ni creu hynny, ond achos diffyg connectivity yna, oedden ni methu actually deliver fo yn y diwedd. Dyn ni sôn wedyn am yr app gorffennol Plasg yn Newydd, self-curation, lle mae rhywun yn gallu cerdded rownd a cael video curation gen rhywun sy'n fyna. Ti'n gweld y pethau arall mae'n wneud. Projects newydd, Nanclwyd y Dre, sef yn Plasty yn canol Rhuthun. Dyn ni'n gwneud curation yn fyna. Mae yna 7 oes fel ti'n cerdded rownd y stafell, so ti'n cael hanes ac falle dramas bach. Dyn ni'n cael pres gen Creative Exchange Wales Network i creu pilot efo carchar Biwmaris. Dyn ni'n defnyddio iBeacons yn fyna. Mi oedd yna actorion yn y carchar ers dalwm, oedd yn delifero dramas bach, prisoners a wardens yn ymlaen. Dyn ni'n mynd i ffilmio rhain ac yn delifero nhw yn lle yr actors view. Dwi wedi dod i diwedd amser fi rwan, so yna i gorffen y fyna. Diolch yn fawr.
Again, I think we've seen yet more expansions on the potential and possibilities of this technology. Just the last panelist we've got here is Joe Reedy, who we talked to earlier from Calvium. Maybe you could just explain a couple of the projects that you've been involved with.
Yes, sure. So Calvium are a mobile app development company based in a pervasive media studio in Bristol. We've been engaged in 2 iBeacon projects. One's a commercial one, which I can't talk about, but one's an arts one, which I can talk about. And there we were the tech partners with an artistic group called We Are Anagram. And the project was called A Door into the Dark, and it was trialled once at a festival at Watershed, but the primary installation was at an IDOC's Festival in Sheffield. And the experience that they wanted to create was actually they built a device where people were put into a headset and blindfolded, so that you were literally in the dark. And of course, the cue sticks then, there's a phone in the headset which can pick up. And you're led in through their installation following a rope. So you're plunged into darkness following a rope as their story unfolds. And the experience obviously was deeply moving for many people to be kind of put into that kind of discomfort and a very kind of content-rich interplay. And so there's websites if people would like to follow up on that project, the We Are Anagram site. So, and you can see some of the comments that people who went through that experience found. Technically, obviously, we used iBeacons as ways of triggering the next sequence of the story unfolding. And this was so that users who experienced it could go at their own pace, so however fast or slowly they felt that they could kind of unearth the next part, and there were things happening in the installation as they were going along. And so the iBeacons, because of their nature of being a radio technology and everything else, were able to act as that kind of trigger for the next content. But we've heard a lot about the potential. As you probably know, iBeacons themselves are pretty dumb. They don't do anything. They just give out a number. So in some ways, they're no more sexy than good old QR. In fact, they're less intelligent than a QR code, because a QR code has embedded data, but an iBeacon just has a number. So a lot of what we've been hearing about is, of course, it's the potential of the software that you can wrap on top of it to do that. So for that particular installation, again, we've embedded iBeacons into our AppFellis Pro platform, so that it's easy to use them just in the way as any other trigger. So that platform supports GPS triggers or QR code events, or iBeacon events. It's the same principle. It's just an event in that system. And I think the more interesting things about this the point that we've heard about where we are in maturity is of course, at the moment, the things that venues need to think about are managing and maintaining and looking after these devices, because it's not easy to see whether they're working, whether they fail or anything else. And the approach we always take to experiences is we always try to put in control metrics or handle an experience so that it will always cope with failure. So we'll always have two ways of experiencing it in the case of this. And what Anagram needed, in addition to this, the beacons triggering sounds, was the ability to control and curate the experience from a kind of watching brief. So we built them a control panel whereby they could see how far the user had got through the experience, and either then would play, forced to play a next piece of audio or chivvy them along or anything like that. So then the artist then can control and curate from behind the scenes the experience for the user going around. So again, just like the platforms that the guys at the end have built, it's about the platforms and the services that start to kind of embody these technologies, which will start to emerge and be useful and usable by people.
Okay. Do we have any questions just in terms of time? Yeah, we do have one. Yeah, I mean, again, I think we're back to the theme that we've got right the way through this, which is about the exclusion to an extent that you need a smartphone. And actually, you could argue with the QR thing as well, that it's a smartphone, people who are adept at using their smartphones. So there's people who aren't. So do you want to...
Yeah, with any new invention comes the questions along with them as well, and in that sense, and yes, access, the assurance of access, and the point also that you can still enjoy your visit to the museum without the iBeacons and the tablet itself. But also, we're working with a local primary school in Gymraeg and starting a pilot with them. It's quite interesting because they're looking towards solving the problem as well, to access to tablets, access to the iPhone and so forth as well. So it's quite interesting the way that they're going across it, in the sense is that they have gained grant money so that they can provide some tablets. They've also got a scheme where they can actually provide, I think it's £20 a month for those who want to pay. And also what they do is ensure that every single primary school child in that school has access to a tablet at least one day within that and in the afternoon as well. So there's a number of different schemes that goes through, but absolutely we are looking towards also seeing that it is bring your own device in one way, and that's a benefit. But anywhere there's an exclusion, we are looking towards seeing where possible, where we could maybe provide, and also where there's groups and maybe have specific elements there where they can have access to them as well. So we're piloting, but we're also ensuring that we're doing it in a sustainable way. Yeah. So where there are other projects looking at this, so the one I've mentioned around schools, well, we're making sure, and what we're finding is that they're finding solutions. So they're actually, one of the best quotes I've heard in that sense as well is that in 2 years' time, in that school, they're looking forward to getting rid of the last PC. So that's good. That's fantastic. So in a sense, it's all going to be tablets. So that's what they put forward. So it's making sure that also not so much as that it's the nobody being excluded, but also those who have the technology and have access to it can use it as well.
Okay. For you,
just answer that very simply. Yes, we're providing devices at the desk in all our projects, and the locations themselves see as a potential income stream that they'll hire it out as a user guide. Pound a use or whatever.
Doesn't this come into its own in any case? It's the minority report idea here that you get to a point where this comes into its own when we get things like wearable computers, where everything everywhere is going to have a chip in it. So you're kind of walking around and finding that you're activating stuff, not knowing everywhere you go. That's the Internet of Things kind of thinking.
Well, the stats say it's here now. So if you look at retail, where it's matured much more. So it's been in the Apple stores quite some time. Hamleys, Tesco's are trialing and so forth in this country. I think 2 days ago they put them down Oxford Street. And interestingly, within that, the stats that come out about who's using it is quite interesting. And do they use it? Because you had the initial one, privacy. You know, the age of one comes out and said, well, why would I want to give up my privacy just for this? People do, because they value one, promotion, two, new information, especially in retail. So the stats are quite clear there. Stats last week, the different ones that came through, all quite valid, came through just to show the in-store purchase from the use of iBeacons, and it was up 30%, just over. So that's quite interesting there. So again, it is more towards you can really get carried away with ideas on this. Yeah. And that's why I finished my presentation. It's the added value, and that's what retail did commit towards. And Tesco's said straight away, I think the third day they said they were trying this, they said they're not going to be doing in aisle, you know, in the next aisle there's 20% off bacon. In that sense, they were going to look at what's the added value of this within for the end user itself. So I think that's the important question to say. So, but it is the minority report. So the film reference there, you do have to think about, well, will Google Glasses take off or not? That's a whole other thing. If Google Glasses are iBeacons, what happens there? So there's a number of things there that you could share.
But also, aside from the device, we are challenged with infrastructure as well. So, you know, we've mentioned briefly the kind of Wi-Fi, the need for Wi-Fi with devices that are prevalent everywhere, and I think that might be more of a challenge than actually providing, because, you know, smartphones are becoming cheaper and cheaper and more prevalent. So,
of course, and I guess this is pervasive. When this is everywhere, then things change quite dramatically. And Joe's point, I think, was quite a good one at the start, that right now they're kind of dumb until you put something alongside it, until you work out how to apply. And we're at a very early stage. And we heard lots of very interesting things. I think it would be quite useful to know what would make this not work. And I think one of the points might be that it's one of those things that the end point, which I think works really well, the consumer interface bit kind of makes sense more than QR, I would say, in as much as you don't have to do very much, which I kind of like. But there's a hell of a lot has to go in from your end to make that thing work. You know, you're thinking about content and you're thinking about how to reach the stage that you've got to. Seems to me that's a lot of effort and for not necessarily a whole lot of returns.
My favourite iBeacons app is the baggage returns at airports, where you actually put a beacon in your suitcase, and so that when it comes out in the trolley, it comes within range and alerts you that your luggage is ready for collection. You know, I think it's a good idea to think off-piste, if you like, about the way that we use the beacons.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I just think, I think at least it is a low-cost solution for indoor locating technology, and that's great, because up until now, the cost of those things for any venue has been prohibitive. So, I think that's good. And then another technology that Apple bought recently that we worked with before, Wi-Fi SLAM, I think those kind of indicators of this will be the new open for buildings for the kind of stuff that we've been used to outside of GPS is a very exciting potential.
Got a question here.
One is that you're sort of preempting the questions and framing the discourse in a particular way, so that the assumption is factual knowledge, it seems. I may be misunderstanding, but that's what it seems to me. Whereas you may find that people are interested perhaps in texture or in the materiality of the things rather than the history of them. So is there a space where people, this is the first part of my question, where people would be able to ask questions, which would then give you an idea of some things that you may have missed out? The second is, I'm thinking in particular of Emily Hinshelwood's book of poems written about the Pembrokeshire Walk. Is there any space at all for a creative response to these things? Or is it merely low? Because that is actually changing the meaning of a museum and an art gallery if the material you're giving is channeling people in particular ways.
Okay, I think we'll bring those together because we've got time for just this one question, but I think it's a really good one, which is, in a way, when you go in, if I sit in front of your pictures of the strike, I may have all kinds of thoughts, but you're actually framing the thoughts for me in some ways, and I guess you can turn it off, but it is exactly as you're saying, you're creating a way of seeing which you might come to yourself.
I mean, from that, what we did for the first stage was just to reuse what was already there. So it was a discourse created by a curator, and there were many to choose from. So that's happening in museums now, so that's a discourse that goes forward. But as we used the iBeacons themselves, what became apparent was that as the discourse goes through, and there's a discourse of strike, that's fine, you pass the number of engineering objects, and within that, there was art of the slates as well within there as well, and as you walk through. So what the iBeacons provide, and that's what I tried to put forward, is that it's one iBeacon. You've got the platform where you put the content, but then you can access or be suggested access to multiple information as you pass. So you could just tune yourself in to what's provided as the curatorial discourse for this museum. That happens. All things engineering. Maybe there's no discourse in that engineering aspect, it's just factual. Or it could be that, no, I want to see where did the slate art come from? What was the slate art at that time as well? So there's a number of digital objects available, a number of discourses that you could put there in there or not. But you can tune in to whichever one of those that you want in that sense. So it's available. So it's less constraining, and also it's quite interesting when we're doing the thing with Gymraeg. He said, "Oh, you had a fantastic day here 3 or 4 weeks ago. They actually dismantled the engine they had there, and they put them all the pieces as well. Any place where that's available now? No, gone. If that was videoed, that was available, that could be served through an iBeacon. So the same iBeacon as you get the discourse as well. With the artistic side, and I'll lend the answer here. You saw one part aspect there, very simple aspect, but it's really, you can provide an artistic activity, a virtual one if you want to. Then you can put some form of creative aspect, but it's the participation. We looked at that. So it could be that you could be asked to put a drawing of your feelings towards your visit, and that could be one aspect. It could be more. So it's down towards whatever the added value to the aspect could be. It could be that it's just for a specific age group, or it could be a real focus, artistic focus in those. And the example we have there, that we use the old photography aspect of how you used old photography. You could do an old photograph. You can do a new photograph. You can use your iPad. We've done this widget through the Lockly platform. So what you do is there's a number of pictures in the houses, and we ask the children to take a photo of their favourite picture and say why, and then they share that with a teacher. So that's done there. So it's a participatory aspect. So the curator has been close to that. The curator has put forward what they put there in the discourse itself. But you're right, because I sometimes think, especially in North Wales, that the strike is heavy on us, and it's still there, and you go in, and it's all this.
But that, to be fair, because we need to wrap the session up, that's probably the example might be, coming to your point, might be that element of just quiet contemplation, of coming neutrally to something, to a piece of work, and putting your own thoughts on, which actually is slightly different than the point was being made there. An artist may want you to look at something in a certain way, but actually art and museums, to an extent, I think that was the argument, is that you could end up shaping the way people are looking, whereas sometimes you stand in front of something in a museum and or an art gallery or anywhere, and just your own emotional responses are not actually there to be judged.
Our particular artist, Di Metcalf, didn't want to do any interpretation of her paintings at all, because she said, you see what you see, not what I tell you see. And so our content was more about her background and enhancing content. But there is a danger, I agree with you, that the device could be a barrier between the visitor and the art, unless you're careful. I'm really sorry, we're going to have to close this session, because we're down to our last one coming up. I just think there's a simple summing up of the iBeacon thing, that any piece of technology that gets this many ideas bouncing around, the applications of it get people excited and interested, and we managed to cover everything from engineering through to our view of painting. I think the whole thing there's clearly something very big here, but there's clearly a long way to go, and I think it is things like costs, and I think it is things like content. I think it is also probably that relationship between commercial exploitation and public exploitation. It ain't going away as a discussion, which is fascinating. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. When we get back, we've got another speaker, and then we've got our kind of wrapping up. But at 6 o'clock, we're actually going to have, in the Victor Calvi room, we're going to have a drink and a chance to actually chat as well. So thanks again for this. Please come back for 4 o'clock, and I think you'll find us a very interesting way of wrapping the whole thing up. Okay, thanks very much. Thank you, panel. Thanks.
Recently started, Esfos had so much money that the reporters all had BMWs as their cars. These little junior reporters would be driving around because they had to spend the money. Yeah, yeah. That's absolutely scandalous. You know, can't say it's just yes, indeed.
Hello. Oh yeah.
How you doing?
Right. Because I booked to have another quick. Which is always a really good game. Do I have my number? No. Yeah.
Okay, can I start? Yes, I can. Thank you. Okay, we're on. Oh. For this last session, we're going to kick off with a discussion which we're calling the future of digital creativity. But I think one of the things that we probably still haven't discussed, and it's something we're going to go away from here and discuss in much more detail, is the role of the artist and art in digital culture, and all the things around us that are emerging. And I think we're very fortunate to have Ruth Mackenzie here. You probably know from the Cultural Olympia, but actually in a hell of a lot of other things, Manchester and Holland and Chichester, and a lot of those kind of zeitgeisty things that we all got excited about over the years. And it's now she's working with the space, which I think is a very exciting idea and approach, and it is that idea we've been talking about all day, I think, about what the space means, and we've been talking about that interaction between physical space and digital space. But I think we're now going to hear, I think, from what I think will be an enormously successful, as it moves forward, an enormously influential and important part of our cultural life in Britain and beyond. So Ruth's going to do this. At the end of this, we're going to have a discussion. Just so you know, we're going to have a discussion between us just to wrap the thing up. And you are going to have to help out here. So if you've got questions, hands up and Twitter, perfectly acceptable. But it would be good to get your feelings and thoughts at the end of this so we can kind of use that as the basis of our panel discussion. So let's start with Ruth.
Thank you very much, and well done for being here. Now, for those of you that haven't managed to win £3,000 yet, and I'm one of them, I thought perhaps I should just start by offering a consolation prize, which is that the space has an open call, and you have till Friday to apply. It's really simple. It's not bureaucratic. You have to write only 300 words of a brilliant idea, or you can put up a little film clip or a little PDF. But please apply, because actually we can offer not just £3,000, we could offer you up to £50,000 if you like. So I would urge you to abandon the lure of Cardiff broadband and try for some digital art. So the space has just been reborn. We're 3 weeks old. We've got a long way to go. We can't really talk or walk or smile or do anything yet. But we're trying to invent good digital art, and we certainly need your help with that. I have a theory about the history of cinema, actually. So it seems to me that the 20th century saw one of the most important and exciting things, which is where technology, in fact, enabled a major new art form. And that hasn't happened a lot. But it happened with cinema. Once everyone had got over sort of understanding how interesting it was to see a horse moving, as opposed to just staying still. Once Eisenstein had worked out how to introduce emotion, intelligence, jeopardy, drama, you get an incredibly brilliant art form that's dominated our lives culturally. So the great gamble with digital is it going to do the same thing? Is digital art going to become the cinema of the 21st century? We certainly have this extraordinary prevalence. We've spent the whole day thinking about it, that we now experience the world, or certainly we do, through mobile devices and through desktop computers. But so far, artists haven't really given us the same thrill as cinema has achieved. And I appreciate I'm offending quite a few digital artists here, but so please prove me wrong. The space has got a very simple job. We commission artists. We commission them in two ways. One is through an open call, and the other is through a curated program. Generally, we'll put half the cost of a commission on the table, but we're happy to break the rules. So we'll make exceptions if it's essential. One of the things that we're very passionate about is the definition of an artist. So it's clear that in this world of creating art on the internet, art that you can enjoy through your mobile, through your tablet, through your desktop, it's clear that an artist may be someone from the coding world, someone from the tech world, someone from the digital industries, someone from the creative industries, someone from the worlds of culture or art. But the artist is not necessarily or only going to come from a traditional arts background. I think that's really important. We launched with a hack at Tate Modern. 140 artists came, got themselves into 40 teams and created 40 pieces, 40 good ideas actually for pieces of art. We had a couple of keynote speeches from Oscar winners. And what I found fascinating was that the Oscar winners explained that they were failed artists. These are people who had won Oscars for special digital visual effects. They had built up their own companies. They had, they had become world famous. for the extraordinary brilliance of their imagination. And yet they called themselves failed artists. That can't be right. I mean, I wish I was that sort of failed artist. So one of the missions of the space is to say an artist can come from a variety of backgrounds. All we're looking for is an extraordinary original idea. The space is just a website. It's not a big deal, but it's a website with a budget. And excitingly, it's a website with a budget with an ambition to reach a global audience and to work with partners and artists from around the world. The pilot space in 2012 got 43% of its audiences from outside the UK, and that's one of the major achievements that's fed into this reborn space. We're the child of the BBC and Arts Council England. We work with Arts Council Wales, with the British Council, with Creative Scotland, with the Arts Council of Northern Ireland, and with a range of other partners. One of our other first partners to sign up actually is the Open Data Institute, with whom we share passionately the values of freedom of expression, not maybe a big deal here in Cardiff, but actually a huge deal for artists elsewhere in the world. One of the artists who joined us for our launch was yw'r, an artist who perhaps symbolises the challenges that artists face in parts of the world to express themselves freely, or sometimes to express themselves at all. So what we're trying to do is offer a public space, a free public space for audiences. You don't have to pay to come to the space, and a space that pays artists to express themselves freely. We've got 3 years to see if we can find some good art. And as I say, I don't take this lightly. I think that there's a long way to go. If you look at the commissions we have at the moment, I hope they kind of symbolize a direction of travel. So we have artists that are offering you the chance to create your own work. We have an artist called Matt Pike who offers you the chance to learn how to do animation and then to do an animation, which will appear on the space and at the Barbican Centre. We have Marina Abramovich, a woman who has dedicated her life to experimenting, actually, and to experimenting boldly and bravely in public. What she's doing on the space is not that innovative, I'd say, digitally, but it's an aspect of an exhibition she's doing at the moment in London, where she has nothing. You can't buy tickets in advance. You can't take your camera or your phone into the Serpentine Gallery. You can only go in 100 at a time, and you then interact in a mysterious way with her. The only way you'll find out what happens in the Serpentine is if you listen to Marina at midnight. We post every day at midnight a new little diary from Marina Abramovich explaining what she's trying to do. And what I love about that is the boldness, if you like, of sharing a process during the process when she has only her 69 years of experience to suggest that it might not be embarrassingly bad. I think that the task of experimenting in public is one of our duties on the space. And it's quite a risky thing to do. And for a producer, the only way that I can face you and say, look, this is going to be worth it, is to say, we're going to trust the artists. We're going to ask artists to come up with great ideas. We're going to ask them to share the process with us as they develop those ideas. And then we're going to hope that we get something fantastic. And whilst we might not always get something fantastic, the only chance you have is if you trust the artist. And that, I think, is a key message we've all got to take away. Because, of course, there are lots and lots and lots of problems and lots of risks. But in fact, in this context, risk is only a positive. We've got to risk. And we've got to just jump into the unknown and see if we can create something that will be thrilling, exciting, unforgettable, change the way we look at the world, change the way we think about the world, because that's what great art can do. So as I say, I don't think we are there yet, but I hope that as we launched with, interestingly, not emerging artists mostly, some really emerged artists like Marina, like Ai Weiwei, like David Hockney, who gave us a flower, a digital flower for our weekend launch, but also with a whole load of young artists who spent their weekend in the Tate and streaming around the world trying to it might be worth giving us a good idea and seeing if we can help you make something amazing. Because actually, if we want to use this opportunity of these devices that we all obsessively stare at all day to change art, to reach out, to create a new art form for our new century, this might be a good way to do it. So you've got till the 11th of July. Just go to thespace.org and give us a punt. That's it, I think. Thank you.
Okay, just a question. Well, first of all, let me introduce the rest of the group anyway. So, Paula de Dieu, you'll be aware of from earlier, those of you who were here. Paul Wakely, yesterday we heard from BBC Connected Studios from, I can't remember who else it was yesterday. It seems so long ago yesterday, doesn't it?
Robin.
It was Robin, that's right. And Hugh Marshall from S4C. So just quickly on a point that you raised on, the analogy with cinema, particularly someone who works in film, is kind of a very interesting one, and I understand that. But what is it that marks out digital art? Is there something that you see emerging called digital art, and what might that be?
Well, we also, in our Tate Modern hackathon, the artists worked underneath an interactive moon created by Ai Weiwei and Olafur Eliasson. You'll remember Olafur Eliasson is the incredible Danish artist who made that big sun in the Turbine Hall. So he made a big moon as well. But it was an interactive moon that you could, anywhere in the world, you could post up art onto the moon. And he said, when I talked to him about digital art, he said there is no such thing, there is only art. And I think that's a pretty important point, actually. So what we're trying to do is create great art, and we're welcoming, as I said, artists from any art form. So pop musicians, graphic designers, special effects people, visual artists, theatre people, writers. Coders, we don't mind, just great artists. I think time will tell if there turns out to be something amazing called digital art. What was cinema called initially? It wasn't called cinema, was it?
No, it was called all kinds of things, but it was a vaudeville thing at the start.
It was moving theatre, wasn't it?
So, yeah, absolutely. So you were using it. That was the point, really. I understand that, and that we were talking about digital art as it's not an art form necessarily in itself, but at the same time, there is something about the interaction between people and the content that they're now perhaps initially accessing on screen that maybe is different.
Yes, and I think there is, for me, one of the challenges is how do artists grab you with the same emotional intensity through a little phone or a tablet or a desktop as artists do when it's the real world, when there's no mediation via a device. And I think one of the reasons that people find digital art unsatisfactory sometimes is that it isn't emotionally and intellectually compelling enough. It doesn't, it doesn't dominate you in the way that lots of great art can do. So I think one of our challenges is to find out how to make it unputtable, downable. The average time that someone spends on looking at something on YouTube is, what is it? It's 8 seconds. So that's not great for a piece of great art. But actually, the opportunities for interaction, the opportunities for sort of addiction, we see them coming through, don't we? They come through from the gaming industry, and they come through from a lot of the creative industries. So I think we've got a hard job to create great art, but I'm pretty confident that we'll find some artists who can do it.
Okay, we'll come back to that theme, I think. But we wanted to make this as interactive as possible. We got some questions, hands up, or tweets at this stage. No one at all. That's good. You've got 2 minutes, all of you, to come up with some interesting thoughts. You've been here for 2 days, some of you. I'm sure you have thoughts somewhere. Something must have grabbed you at some point. Oh, yes.
There's a hand. At least you've done your emails.
Right. This is something that is just a question I'm asking about the whole open data, open access, creative material. I don't quite know how to say it. I'm not in any way hostile towards this, so I'm saying that first. But I think there is something very strange happening in our wider society when basic foodstuffs like, I don't know, grains or are being bought and patented by companies where companies can sue governments for loss of income if they don't allow them to sell things like cigarettes. So what we have is a corporatization of material and an ownership of material which has always been free. One of the things the Enlightenment did was introduce a professionalized artist, and people paid, and Hogarth set up the patent. What does it say about the society and what values it puts on creativity if in our hugely capitalist society, see, I told you it was a long question, we only value things we pay for? What does it say about how we view creativity if we think that can be open access and everything else has to be paid for?
No, I don't agree with you there, because I think that it's very important that there should be open access to enjoy art. I think that's really important. You know, I fought for free national museums. It took 2 years of my life, you know, sitting through meetings with customs and VAT men. And I think the tradition that says that the collection of pictures that we have in our museums belong to the people and we should be able to enjoy them for free is vital. And in fact, on the internet, to have a free space where you can enjoy art, I think is an important thing. So if the space can sustain itself as a place where you don't have to pay as a consumer or a participant, the word audience doesn't feel right somehow, but anyway, as a visitor, you can go for free. But we're paying artists, and you know, and Hogarth approved of paying artists. And throughout our history, we've got to carry on paying artists because artists have to eat, and artists, you know, artists' work must be respected and paid for. So I absolutely passionately believe that the space must commission artists, pay them properly. By the way, the artists retain all their rights because we're here to fight for artists' rights. So we're not trying to take any copyright away. We only ask for a license, obviously, to show the art. We're not going to steal the art. But the audience should be able to enjoy the art for free. Pay artists, allow audience to see it for free. That's what I believe in.
I think we're into a discussion point one, which will go, which we can all talk about. I think to an extent, it's one of those things that's come up a lot. Is how do we finance art? And I think it's an interesting discussion because you rightly say, I think the discussion in France is a lot less. You know, the idea that culture is something you pay for and that's part of your life seems to me a lot easier to get across than this country right now, where I think art and culture, it seems to me, is still drastically undervalued.
I think it's a public service, like, you know, libraries, like education, like health. But well, they're still free at point of demand right now.
So let's just go, Paula. You've kind of, it's how do we, because we've had this quite visionary idea in a way. It's been very nice. We've been talking about the possibility in a world of open data and collaboration and co-creation, great digital artists finding their way. But the bit that keeps coming back is at the two ends. There's the access thing on one end that we'll come back to, but money. How do we create something where there is people can actually make money out of this thing, and that artists can find their way and can eat and can thrive. And without that somehow taking away the entire principles of the internet, I just wonder what your thoughts are on that kind of front.
Well, I mean, we were talking over lunch, actually. It was actually really reassuring for me during the producers session this morning that we saw 4 producers working, digital producers, self-identified as working within that interactive sphere. It wasn't so long ago that we would have found it very difficult to find 4 working active with a body of work, and so clearly there is money and a lot of that money is not large sums of money. Certainly the digital sphere is very used to doing creative works on extremely small budgets, and none of those producers, as they all wryly commented, are driving the Ferrari. You know, in that sense, they're not at the peak creative industry end of the creative industry. You know, it is a labour of love. I mean, I think for the longest time, many of us hoped that the broadcasters, the public broadcasters in particular, would recognise and be very active in the development of the sort of networked media form. And it's no secret, I'm on record for saying that I think they have singularly failed in that role. It's why, you know, the space is actually so incredibly important, not least because it is coming from a partnership with the BBC and that recognition within the organisation. So this is really a sort of a wafty way of saying there's not a great deal of money around. It is difficult unless you have, and again we saw evidence of that today, unless you are explicitly engaged in marketing, it is difficult to think of it as a commercial sphere. I think at best we can hope for sustainability.
Okay, Paul, I mean, obviously we're talking here as someone from a broadcaster, but I guess you are trying to address that a bit with Connected Studio.
Yeah, I mean, the rights is it always seems like it's a simple thing to get right, but I mean, it's constant sort of burning contention for us, and we're working. We did a lot when we set up to make sure that people in the same way could retain the rights could share ideas with us and pilot with us, but walk away and take rights where, you know, if we weren't going to use it. But it's not a simple conversation, you know, because getting a license, it can be quite complicated, all the usages, all the you know, sort of what commercial revenue there is. And one of the models that I found when we were first setting this up is that people would come and they would the conversation with business managers very early on would be, well, what percentage are we getting of this? And we'd be having a creative day where we didn't know what the idea was yet, and they'd say, well, I mean, are you going to do 15% on the back end or something? And I sort of say, but we don't know what it is yet. You've come here to propose a kind of idea, and we're trying to argue over nothing. So we tried to sort of set it up in a way that at each stage of the process and each stage of investment, you know, we can have a kind of we kind of agree where we are now and then kind of negotiate it a long time, which lawyers don't really like. They'd rather do all that at the beginning. But it's the only way that you can actually not have sort of 6 months of lawyer conversation before you spend 2 days building a prototype. But it is a really complicated thing, the balance between, you know, getting paid for your work. You know, many years ago I used to work in print, and the publisher I was working for was changing all their agreements with photographers, and these photographers were all phoning me up going, oh, this is my retirement, my archive, and you want to buy all rights so you can use it on the website. And I was like, how much? How much did you get last year from your archive of work? He said, I think you got £47. And you sort of think, well, that's not a retirement plan. You know, I mean, I entirely, you know, he has to be rewarded for his work, but it does sometimes require a sort of change of thinking that it might be better for people to see that. And, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting example. I was an editor having that same discussion, and actually, if you could have looked forward, that archive actually might have been worth something. Actually, at the time, in fact, in newspapers, we threw out just ridiculous amounts of value just on glass plates chucked into skips. You don't even want to think about how much value we threw out. But it is that idea of that in this world, that part of what we're looking at doing in terms of creating more, and we'll come to the diversity issue in a moment, but more of the of value for artists is that idea that maybe retention of rights, maybe it's not handing over those rights, and maybe the role of broadcasters and the relationship ought to change so that we find that rights becoming something that's more.
I think those things are easy to do. I think that question you were talking about before about how the what's different about digital kind of art and creative works as opposed to other ones, and I think it's just the sheer variety and rate of new ideas. So if you look at, radio emerged as a kind of creative form, and then you effectively kind of had a studio, you had a process, you create, the big broadcasters created an industry around it. It was like a radio factory, and similarly cinema built as a sort of, you kind of create the equivalent of a factory because you want to make it efficient and you want to broker a rights agreement. So, that's a good example. People in television know how much money they're going to get for doing that work because this sort of factory has been created. The thing with digital is that there's all these, particularly with the degree to which marketing is content now, there are all these different complex variations of stuff. And so you can't create a kind of factory the same way. The known things have changed sort of 2 weeks later. It's only 4 years, I think, since the iPad came out. And just the wealth of stuff. So you can't just go, okay, it's a website. We'll get a load of people together, and we'll get a load of rights agreements. We'll get the lawyers, and we'll know the teams. We'll get the producers, and we'll make a website factory, and we'll churn them out. Because then somebody will go, well, I'm making this interactive video thing, and I'm making an interactive moon, and somebody else is driving a car out the back of a plane because Red Bull have paid them to do that. And these are all, you then can't sort of apply a simple sort of, you can't make that as a factory. You can't scale up and say, okay, this is what this is how much royalties you get on driving a car out of a plane as an art form or making interactive.
No, but there is. I think we're back to a discussion we had right at the beginning of this conversation about the difference between digitization and a digital culture. And actually, what we've done, for example, in film, is you digitize the cinemas and you digitize the way that content's produced. But actually, you've actually got a whole value chain, which is true of a lot of the arts. Actually, a lot of the media is the producer produces something and then hand over those rights to someone who then exploits it. Traditionally, in film, that would have been someone going out and taking those big reels of film somewhere and working it out. We've not yet got an economic structure, it seems to me, that fits in any way.
But I don't think, it's an interesting discussion, but it's interestingly distracting us from talking about how to develop artists and opportunities for artists. Because the truth is, I'm running a commissioning agency, so and I've run festivals before, and I've run theatres, and I've run opera houses, and commissioning an artist is a process that is actually pretty straightforward, really. It is sitting down and making a deal, but then the important thing is how you create the circumstances that support the artist to develop the work. That's the interesting thing. And that's what we should talk about, not the royalty deal. I
think it's an example. Yeah, I think it's an example of that kind of.
It is
standard processes, and knowing how to commission stuff that becomes a lot harder with digital, just because of the variety of kind of forms.
It's absolutely right, and because you haven't got some clear templates of success. So in fact, my board are. Nervous about the fact that we red risk most of our commissions. Most of them are red until they're finished. They are nervous about the fact that we don't really have, any notion except for sort of instinct as to what might work at any level, either in terms of artistic quality or artistic innovation, or in terms of audience numbers, and that's. That's not for the faint-hearted. That is, that's quite scary. But the exciting thing, I think, to talk about is how do you, if you're not an artist, I'm not an artist, I'm a producer, how do you create the environment that encourages artists to have those ideas, to take those risks? How do you look after them, protect them?
Yeah, but is your, just to be clear, because I think we've kind of got past this, but is your point that, I think the point that we were talking about is that there are kind of rules that are changing, and those rules for how things are paid for, the economic models actually are important in what artists do, from our point of view. From your point of view, I think the argument is actually partly that art should have its own kind of dynamic and rules anyway. Maybe we've lost some of that stuff. Maybe if we valued and understood art as something which had value in itself without simply always talking about it as being some kind of monetary thing we can look at on an easy spreadsheet, maybe that's the way, maybe that's where our problem is. We're now trying to find business models which somehow neatly package art so that we know what the price is of everything. Is that the point, the kind of point you're making with this? That shouldn't be the way we look at things.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying it's not interesting to talk about because it's perfectly straightforward. You know, putting together a budget for a digital project is no different from putting together a budget for an opera or a film or a TV series or, you know, or a book. I mean, you know, you have the cost of the artist, you have fees, you have material costs, you have production costs, you know, you have marketing costs, you have a budget. I mean, it's not so difficult. It's really not, but it's not interesting, I think. The financial model for how you pay artists is not particular to the digital world. What is different for the digital world is, you know, I've run lots of theatres. You know, I know I can tell you on the dress rehearsal if the play is an absolute stinker or if it's got a chance of working. So I don't have the same certainties in this world, and it's hard to find the website where you can see success. That's the interesting bit. How do we create success? How do we create the Oscar winners, the Picassos for the future? I think that's the discussion that's more interesting than talking about money. Okay,
we could argue, but we won't. Hugh, from your point of view, obviously as someone involved in broadcasting, is that this conversation of where do we find artists, where do we find talent, where does the broadcaster's role kind of fit in, the financial side maybe less so?
Yeah, well, dwi'n meddwl just pwynt mwy cyffredinol, dwi'n meddwl her, da ni'n sôn am cynulleidfaoedd a cyrraedd cynulleidfaoedd. Yng Nghymru, da ni'n sôn amdan diwylliant gwahanol, diwylliant ieithyddol gwahanol, a da ni'n sôn am cynulleidfa sydd yn llai na'r farchnad sydd yn siarad Saesneg. So mae hwnna'n ei hun yn cynnig her. Dwi'n meddwl bod o'n diddorol pam da ni'n sôn amdan digidol fel ffordd o cyrraedd pobl. Mae'r gair dwi'n defnyddio ar gyfer digidol ydy llwyfan digidol, sydd o ran trosi yn golygu rhywbeth gwahanol yn y Saesneg. Mae platform i fi di rhywle lle ti'n disgwyl am tren. Mae llwyfan yn rhywle lle ydych chi'n mynd i gwylio a derbyn cynnwys. A mae'n her i ni, yn wedig yng Nghymru, ffeindio pobl sydd yn creu cynnwys digidol, celf digidol, cynnwys digidol, i'n mynd i wneud hwnna yn ei llais nhw eu hunain hefyd, cos mae'r pwysau yna i dweud, Saesneg ydy'r lingua franca, nawn ni creu'r cynnwys yma Saesneg, da ni'n mynd i cyrraedd cynulleidfa mawr. A mae'n bwysig bod ni'n cofio bod ar gyfer, mae'r iaith Gymraeg yn iaith hynafol, mae gen i fod diwylliant a celfyddyd sydd yn mynd yn ôl lot yn bellach na'r iaith Saesneg. Felly mae'n fwy o her iddyn ni sut da ni'n trosi drosodd i'r byd digidol, lle mae'r pethau yma'n digwydd, a roi'r cyfleoedd yn ei bobl yn ieithoedd eu hunain. A dim jyst yn y Gymraeg, mae hwnna'n wir ar Ewrop, o ran Llyfr Gwlad y Basg, Catalwnia. Mae'n bwysig bod pobl efo'r llais yna ac efo'r hyder i mynd i wneud hynny yn eu lleisiau hunain.
And Hugh, just quickly, I was actually in Barcelona a couple of weeks back, and we were talking about Catalan, the people from the Basque region there as well, and they were saying, in some ways, this new digital era, they kind of felt, in some ways, it goes back to some of the kind of art form that perhaps is more traditional to Wales. It might be that actually the storytelling process we're talking about, which is less industrial, is something that maybe fits the Welsh language. Would you recognise anything in that?
Da chi mond gofod edrych ar Bardd Plant Cymru neu Irin Caradog sy'n gwneud lot o'i waith o ar llwyfannau fel Trydar ac ar y we. A mae o'n rhywun sydd yn bardd traddodiadol, ond hefyd yn gerddor sydd yn rapio. So mae gynno fo fatha yr teimlad yna o ran dod o diwylliant Cos mae llenyddiaeth Cymraeg, mae yna fatha patrwm, mae yna rhythm yn perthyn iddo fo. Os yna rai pobl yn dadlau, mae'r Cymru oedd y rapwyr gwreiddiol. Peidiwch yn ffynnu, dwi'n mynd i ddechrau rapio rwan. Ond dwi'n meddwl bod yma'n her, ond dwi'n meddwl beth sydd yn bwysig ydy, y fwy o cynnwys sydd yn bodoli yna, dwi'n defnyddio'r term yma'r tirwedd digidol Cymraeg, mae o'n diffeithwch yna ar hyn o bryd. Da ni angen llenwi fo efo cynnwys mwyn rhoi'r hyder yna i pobl yn ei sylweddoli bod nhw'n medru defnyddio iaith nhw eu hunain mwyn cyfleu nhw. Cos mae'n rhywbeth unigryw iddyn nhw.
No, it's a really interesting thought. Could we go back to that first question very briefly? Pauline Bird, I think again, just because we're talking about this, and we won't get into too much detail. We're talking about. Can we go back one to the? We're back to the nature, the diversity of the people who are making content. I have a horrible feeling we might end up a little bit in the same discussion, which is that there's that economist reductionism which says the reason why we don't have a diversity of artists, or that hasn't grown, is that without a business model for actually making money, you end up with people who've already got money, who've already got the privilege. They're the only ones who can really afford to do it. And it's a discussion that the BBC has faced, where allowing more independent production theoretically is great, but actually trying to get someone in, trying to convince people, there's less of a career structure than there used to be, where perhaps more people from working class backgrounds, for example, that perhaps there's less of that. There's perhaps more of an educate, but more of a kind of elite sense. So that's one side of it. And the other side is that maybe art, it's that access to art, maybe I don't know. Ruth, what's your immediate take on the diversity of artists?
Well, I come from a world of the arts and creative industries where I'm used to women and culturally diverse people and disabled people all being minorities. I have to say, my experience of the tech world makes the arts look really fantastic, actually. But congratulations to this conference for its really admirable attention to finding women. At our hack, we had 22% of the artists were women, and everyone told me that we'd done really well.
I was going to say that was good.
And I thought that was disgraceful, really disgraceful. So the coding digital tech world seems to me, to have a real challenge about diversity, as does the gaming industry. They seem to be worlds that, in fact, cross classes quite interestingly, but don't seem to cross cultural diversity in this country, and certainly don't seem to embrace women. So that's an additional challenge for us. But I think that the question means what sort of backgrounds, and there I have been very excited in this adventure, which is the space, to find people from the tech sector, from the creative industries sector, from the sort of craft end of the creative industries, if you like, coders who have, radical, transgressive is a word they like very much, subversive, exciting ideas, really great imagination. So I'm pleased to say that so far my experience is that imagination is not something where art students have a monopoly. I think we can find artists that come from different technical backgrounds, have had different training, and that's a thrill. And in fact, with the global platform, we can find artists in the hack. We worked with artists during the hack from Bangladesh. So there are ways of accessing artists from around the world, thanks to the the miracle of the internet, which really can open doors and create new sorts of debates, which I think are incredibly exciting, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it is something, actually, at Film Company Worlds, we're actually just about to launch our own look at this, because film's also got a terrible record, particularly on women directors, and I think TV's not much better either, actually, and I think making that commitment, but I'm kind of interested in what you were saying in a digital world. At the moment we're saying, why can't we get more people from different backgrounds, more diverse backgrounds, to be filmmakers in the traditional sense. And what you're kind of pointing to is, well, actually maybe people are going to come in and redefine what we do, and they might come from all kinds of different places.
One of the projects at the Hack that got research and development money, the challenge at the hackathon was take raw data and produce a piece of art in 24 hours. And one of the teams outsourced this. So immediately they broke the rule, they outsourced it, they put it on freelance.com. They got people's ideas from all over the world. They chose someone from Bangladesh. Then he came up with an idea. They outsourced the delivery of that idea. They then outsourced the evaluation of the idea. They outsourced the making of a map to show where all their artists had come from. They put up a blog to discuss whether this was art, whether it was ethical. I mean, they were just completely fantastic in breaking all the rules, actually, but with great wit and style. And that, I find that incredibly exciting. I mean, that was 24 hours worth of work.
Yeah.
So it's not a finished artwork. It's nothing, but except it's promising. It's it's ambitious. It's bold. And it breaks the rules in a rather sort of charming way.
Breaking the rules, Paula.
I think one of the other things that it's important for us to look at as well when we're thinking about the sort of diversity, plurality, is to actually look in the amateur space. And I actually think that one of the crucial questions that we face is actually facilitating a transfer from the amateur to the professional in a way that hitherto has not actually been such an issue, because the amateur space was not manifest in anything like the way that it currently is. And I think I'm reassured when I look in that amateur space, because actually there we see a quite extraordinary diversity. We do see people from all sorts of fabulous backgrounds. We do see women breaking out of all kinds of social expectations about what they should and could do. And I think it is for us, all of us who are in that professional realm, to be looking into that space and making sure that we're regularly putting a hand down and drawing up that extraordinary talent that I see just quietly getting on with it in that
and it is an interesting point that I think you've made before about this professionalism, the kind of recorded music, is actually a relatively short history. I mean, there were still pianos in pubs, and there was actually a great deal of amateur, but we didn't call it amateur and professional in quite the same way. There was stuff we all did, and there was stuff that got professionalized. And maybe what we're not looking at the moment, we're looking at how to create the old professional sphere and make that change. Maybe what we should be doing is thinking, maybe we're redefining what we mean by professionalism. And maybe you find your artists from a bigger well of potential that maybe you spot at an early stage doing something where they're getting no money at all. I don't know.
I think having an openness of entry point is absolutely vital, really. And so and that's why the open calls are so important. In my view, it's really important that we have ways to identify talent that are reaching, are putting a call out.
Let's remember that £50,000 sitting there somewhere. We've got a question here.
Yeah, just a quick one. I was interested, Ruth, obviously you've been saying you're a commissioner, and also you've got like a platform through the space. One of the things I've sort of grappled with for a while is how do you surface digital art to the audience or to different audiences? And I'm just wondering if you have any suggestions, any of the panel actually, as to how we can sort of bring that content to people who would be maybe interested in it but aren't necessarily looking for it.
Yeah, I don't think there are magic bullets. I think you've done a lot of very good talking about marketing, audience development, networking, relationship building, and all of those skills that the creative industries and the arts have learned are important. I mean, no surprise there, but also the BBC, the Guardian, I mean, other, more traditional media outlets drive traffic as well, but it's word of mouth. It was ever thus. So I'm not sure that I yet have any, wisdom that that you don't all know as as well as I do. I mean, Google Analytics is a fantastic tool. It's a better tool than when I started in theatre, and we all sat there explaining that the reason no one bought tickets was because it was Monday, or it was raining, or it was summer, or it was winter. Google Analytics is much more effective than that.
Yes, sorry.
O'n i'n mynd i'r pwynt, dwi'n meddwl fath mae'r ffaith, dwi'n mynd i'r setio'r cyfieithydd rwan, mae'r ffaith bod chi rhai o'r gynulleidfa yn dallt fi'n siarad trwy defnyddio rhoi clustffona ymlaen a anglywed i. A dwi'n meddwl yr her ydi defnyddio digidol fel llwyfan a'r technoleg yna mwyn cyrraedd cynulleidfa gwahanol. Be fysa'n gret ydi bod chi ddim gofod y clustffona fewn, bod y technoleg yn bodoli, bod fi'n siarad, da chi'n dallt be dwi'n ei ddeud. A mae hwnna'n wir bod fi'n mynd i wneud cynnwys yma yng Nghymru ar gyfer cynulleidfa yng Nghymru drwy gyfryngau Gymraeg, ond bod hwnna'n medru lledu trwy'r byd i gyd, a bod pobl yn yr gwledydd yna yn medru mwynhau y darn yna o waith yn eu ieithoedd nhw eu hunain. A dwi'n meddwl os mae'r technoleg sydd yn cael ei datblygu, sydd yn caniatáu system o cyfieithu ar y pryd, unai trwy pobl fel cyfieithwyr, diolch yn fawr iawn am y cyfieithu sydd yma, ond os gael ei ddeud hefyd technoleg sydd yn cymryd y person allan o'r sefyllfa yna, mae'n mynd i wneud bywyd yn haws i ni wneud hynny. A dwi'n meddwl mae'n rhoi hyder i pobl, mae'n mynd yn ôl i ateb y pwynt o blaen o ran pobl yn cyrraedd cynulleidfaoedd o gwledydd llai difreintiedig. Wel, os mae llais nhw'n mynd i gael ei dallt mewn ieithoedd eraill rownd y byd i gyd. So be sydd angen ydy'r pysgodyn Beibl yn mae pawb yn chwilio amdano fo. A dwi'n ymwybodol bod y Llywodraeth Ewropeaidd yn gwario lot o arian ar hyn o bryd mwyn wneud hynny yn bosib.
I was interested to you actually when you were, someone was talking earlier on about the possibility of this simultaneous translation, and you're on Skype and it's already happening. Is that good for the Welsh language or bad for the Welsh language? Because in a sense, there's no need to learn the language in that way. We can talk to each other through this kind of instant translation. It might get away with English language domination, but is that good for minority languages?
Wel, dwi'n meddwl bod o'n peth da, bos fi'n licio medru mwynhau cynnwys Saesneg drwy gyfryngau Gymraeg. Dwi'n mynd yn un ffordd, mae'n mynd dwy ffordd. Dwi eisiau medru byw y mywyd i gymaint o fedrau drwy gyfrwng yr iaith Gymraeg. Ond dwi'n meddwl bod y ffaith bod pobl medru creu eu gwaith nhw yn yr iaith maen nhw wedi creu, cos dyna y diwylliant ar rhan yna o personoliaeth rhywun, yr iaith sydd yn neud y darn yna o waith yn unigryw. A dwi'n meddwl unwaith mae pobl yn tueddol yn mynd os ydi iaith sydd ddim yn iaith frodorol neu'n ail iaith mwyn cyrraedd marchnad mwy o ran fod yn fasnachol, dwi'n meddwl mae'n potensial yma efo colli I werth.
Okay, let's just move on to one of the tweets, if we may. This is, I'm not entirely sure what this means, but the danger of the bad practice. Now, I thought bad practice always hid behind experimentation in the sense that experimentation by its very nature is about trying out lots of different things, of which a very large percentage may generally fail. I'm not sure what counts as bad practice.
I think bad practice, bad practice is bad, whether it comes out of experimentation or whether it does, I don't know, a Shakespeare play or a Ray Cooney farce or, paint some sunflowers. It doesn't matter. It's bad. I don't think it needs the excuse of experimentation, actually. But my point would be that if you don't take the risk and if you don't experiment, you won't find something new. So of course there's a risk that you try to do something good and it turns out to be bad. Of course that's a risk. There's always a risk. But if we're going to try and make this thing work, of inventing art that actually we all want to take part in and see and and enjoy, then we're going to have to experiment. That's it. Now, for me, that's the greatest thrill, because when it works, it's the best. It's really the best. But yeah, of course, we've all had those terrible, embarrassing experiences of looking at car crashes.
But isn't it in a way better to watch heroic car crash failures from trying than something which has had all the money? The number of feature films I see that are just god awful, and you think they've had all the money, they've got all the people behind them. At least let's fail on some mad idea. As
I always quote Sam Beckett: "Fail again, fail better." But I think the job of a curator, of a programmer, is to be the lightning conductor. It's to take the risk, and it's to protect the artist. Because the worst thing that happens in my experience is when you have, programming by committee, because then all of the extreme risks get eliminated. You always end up with the middle of the road. And there's one sure thing about the middle of the road, that is that you get run over. Definitely. It's absolutely the worst place to be.
And Paul, obviously, this is kind of your field. You're actually trying to get into creating that field of experimentation.
So I think it's probably not as relevant to kind of to art specifically, but certainly in the wider kind of digital creative industry. That's when people talk about fail fast, what they really mean is don't spend a tremendous amount of money on something before you can it if it's going to fail anyway. And I think that's where that's quite a difficult compromise always to have. How do you prove an idea? How do you prove that it's worth pursuing something? And without, as you say, ending up with a very, very large committee before it all gets signed off. Or, is it okay to only put it on one platform only? And that comes down to that thing about the availability. It's something the BBC has always struggled from, because we try to have universal access for everybody. But if that means you're going to develop for sort of 50 different devices, people get very afraid to experiment because you're investing a lot of money. So that is what we're sort of trying to do, is finding ways of just scaling it up, do a little prototype, a little thing, and just be a bit, apologetic to our audience, because we kind of think that a license fee payer would understand if we said, well, it doesn't work on your phone and it only works on this one because we just wanted to spend a small amount of money to see if it was any good, because it's your money, and spending a tremendous amount of money before discovering it's not good.
Yeah, and I was going to come to Paul anyway, because that goes back to, in a sense, to your sense of the amateur, the idea that there are lots of places you can play around with without having a $10 million budget for your art house film. But what you wanted to make?
No, I was going to say, I think, because I'm assuming that question was specifically sort of within the context of the space. I actually think one of the greater challenges that we have in the context of the space it is actually this notion of practice. Because I think, one of the things we saw this at the Hack Weekend, I see this over and over and over again, is actually the body of thinking around a work, that the sort of the manifestation of practice, if you like, is not typically something that is part of the way that a particular segment of the technology community thinks about things. It is about a technical problem. There's nothing wrong with that, and I'm fascinated to see what practice emerges from that. Prototyping, I think, is a very profound expression of a particular manifestation of that practice. So I actually think that the experimentation is as much about the work as it is about developing a sense of practice of that body of thinking, of that body of kind of work that leads up to that.
That was something I thought was really interesting about the digital producers session that was on earlier, was the degree to which people did lots of roles and had quite varied kind of backgrounds, which I think comes down to that thing of digital throwing up sort of new forms and it not being necessarily a known set job. People are always having to slightly alter what they did in order to produce creative work.
But I think it's also about actually sharing the process of experimentation with your audiences. So not being ashamed, really seriously, to go, well, let's explore this, and how could we make it better? Let's test it with you and for you. Let's not have a process that says, well, we've all got our examples of, here's the Rite of Spring booed off the stage. Here's Cezanne, he'll just use the canvas and have another go. It's actually interesting to share the process of developing an art form through being honest about experimenting in public. I think it's quite a sort of bold thing to educate and test, with our audience and participants, where we're trying to go and what it might look like when we get there.
The really interesting, because we do a lot of that prototyping and audience testing, and the really interesting thing is the cultural change that's required from the commissioner to say the audience is right, because people have got used to sort of effectively commissioning on their own kind of
But you've got to be
editorial
really
judgment.
careful about that, though. You've really got to be careful. I remember that Dennis Potter, the great TV dramatist, producer, when the BBC introduced audience testing, and he huffed and puffed and said, I think a really serious thing. He said, don't give the audience what they want. They deserve better. Now, at one level, that's an incredibly arrogant and elitist thing to say. Don't give the audience what they want. They deserve better. But the truth is, you would never find an audience ever, anywhere in the world, that could have guessed or imagined what Dennis Potter was, or could have guessed or imagined The Rite of Spring or Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. The really greatest art, it leads us where we never had any idea, and we didn't know we wanted it. And that, in a way, is also the job of the programmer and the curator. And that does sound arrogant, but it's not elitist. Again, I always come back to this. You've got to protect those great artists, those incredible, valuable, extraordinary geniuses, and find a way to let them do their best to make great stuff.
And I think that echoing that from research, that working with audiences, actually when you sit down and you go through, people do say, when you really get down to the hard work in focus groups, they do kind of say, look, I do like vampire films, but actually I'm a bit bored of that. It just surprised me. And there is that feeling of that art should be the answer to that question. I don't really know. Show me what you can do. And that's to me the great joy. It's not a so that feeling that you have to follow the audience, I think, is worrying.
But it's about where you do it in the creative process. The idea of doing it, at the beginning and saying, what would you like? I mean, that's the advantage of kind of building stuff and putting it in front of an audience, is that you're not doing it before you embark on it. You're doing it and then finding out whether they like it afterwards, which is quite an important thing.
Fel rhywun sydd yn comisiynu cynnwys, mae pobl sydd yn cyfeirio stwff at fi yn cyfeirio pethau wahanol, am bod fi'n un o bobl anffodus efo digidol yn y teitl y swydd. Ond be dwi'n ffeindio sydd yn cyffroi fi ydy'r syniadau sydd yn dod i fewn. Maen nhw'n syniadau creadigol, ond does yna ddim syniad sut maen nhw'n mynd i gael eu cyfleu. Ar ba lwyfan maen nhw'n mynd i cyfleu rei. A dyna di'r her ydy, dewch i fyny efo syniad anhygol, wedyn mae fyny ni gweithio efo pobl technoleg yn meddwl sut da ni'n mynd i gael hwn i cyrraedd cynulleidfa mewn ffordd wahanol. A mae pobl yn tueddol o meddwl a gweithio mewn dulliau linear iawn. Dwi'n meddwl, fatha hen ffasiwn, fel dyn ni, be oedd cyn ffilm? Dwi'n meddwl, pan oedd teledu dechrau pobl yn meddwl, diw beth yn mynd i weithio. Mae rhaid ni ffeindio, mae'n mynd i fod cyfryngau newydd. Da ni'n mynd i fod mwynhau cynnwys a celf. Da ni'n mynd gwybod be ydyn nhw eto, a dyna dwi'n meddwl sydd yn cyffroi fi.
Yeah, I mean, there was a really good example of that cultural thing when we were working with BBC Comedy last year, and we were creating this sort of it was like an interactive comic with little animated GIFs within it, and so there was a company in Brighton who were creating all the sort of sets virtually, and we kept, in one way it was good because there was great collaboration with the writer was working a lot with the agency who were building it, and there was good collaboration, but they kept being lots of script revisions. And I was talking to the producer and they said, yeah, but we always change the script before the shoot. And I was going, but there isn't a shoot. So yeah, we've got a shoot on, next Tuesday. I was going, yeah, but that's just to get some pictures of the actors. Every time you change the script, there's a man in Brighton who might have to completely, he spent 2 days building a set. And it's even those, and the people we're working with, some of the most, I think, digitally savvy people in television that I've worked with, but even then, there's those little sort of cultural sort of process, kind of process blockers that it's only when you do sit people together and they start to suddenly go, I didn't realise you needed to do that before, and that I've just wasted 2 days of your work by removing that scene.
And I think, again, maybe that's the point, James. It's the last of our questions. We need to wrap up. But James's point's probably that maybe all this stuff's being redefined anyway as we speak. Yeah. So, a lot of what we think of that we're having conversations about and getting het up about may be changing anyway. I think that the role of the audience thing is kind of interesting in this, because in lots of ways, this is where the audience interaction bit and data comes in, is that people use things in different ways. When they're saying surprise me, you don't really know. And my favourite fact when I was 10 years ago, was 15 years ago now, I guess, was that to contact in case of you needed something done. It was something that came out of the user and created a whole kind of language around it, actually. But so we don't really know is quite a good starting point for art, and maybe that's always been the driver of art historically. Were there any more questions? Or okay, I think we better do the traditional thing of just wrapping up on just going down the line, because you have to go down the line. It's a traditional thing, which is we've been discussing here the if you are now here as a producer, you're beginning to look at this new world. We've been through everything today, from iBeacon through to that very inspiring kind of co-creator thing I thought in the middle, which was quite extraordinary. What is it that it has to be? What's the one thing that when you go out of here you think people should be really taking away and thinking about in a new way when they've left? So Paula, maybe just throw me in a thing. You know this is traditional. It could be two things.
So it's not going to be that useful for the producer per se, but I think the thing that I would really encourage us to be thoughtful about is the point that I was making earlier today, and that I think has actually come throughout the day, which is thinking about digital, thinking about technologies as this other thing. Really does not do us any service anymore. I think there certainly was a time when it was appropriate to sort of think about it as other, but I think that time has passed. And I think even the conversation we've had just now about the changing relationship between audiences, this group of people that we persist in calling audiences, and the relationship that they have with a work of art, for example. At the point that you sort of bring technologies into that, I think you just bring an artificiality to it. The point, however, that you really think about a social change where audiences aren't audiences anymore. They are part of a discussion about that work. And that discussion might be led by somebody. It might have a profound manifestation by a single person, but if that work is really great, whether it's Dennis or whoever it is, there is a robust, wonderful conversation. And audiences are not audience, they're participants in that conversation. And so I think the really critical thing for us is to stop being blocked by either a fear of or sometimes it just comes down to a sheer skills gap around technology, and instead look at the social change, look at the anthropological sphere in which we now think about creativity, we now think about the discussion around art and our culture.
But when I first met you, you said an incredibly beautiful and wise thing, which I often quote, so thank you so much for it. And you said, don't try and invent the paintbrush. We in the digital world can invent the paintbrush for you. So if you are an artist and you're going to have a brilliant idea, have a brilliant idea, and then look for the partners, Such a wise thing. The least interesting ideas that we're getting in the space are ones that start by trying to solve, in their minds, a technical issue. It's not interesting to solve a technical issue. It's interesting to have a brilliant and extraordinary idea that you want to communicate, and then we can help you with the rest. So I think that's incredibly wise advice. Don't invent the paintbrush.
Cool.
Well, the thing that sort of struck me was, particularly in the digital producer, also the iBeacon work, is how because of the sort of rate of change in new formats, how actually it is sort of smaller companies and individuals, I think, that are better equipped in some ways. I know it comes a bit back to that diversity and the sort of democratization thing, but it's as somebody works as a small team in trying to turn the very large supertanker that is the BBC, I think that those small kind of companies, you could see this kind of creativity, and that they're not tied down by those old traditional kind of practices. And so it's quite, I think there's a very nice sort of slight democratization, thing like that, which is why we look to work with them.
Yeah, I'll finish off in English just to prove that I can speak English. I'm going to out myself. I'm actually half English. I won't explain which half. But I would go a step further than sort of forgetting about the paintbrush. I think that is one of the problems I find, is people come to something thinking about what that digital paintbrush is. It's a case of forget about technologies that are out there. And it is hard because you're thinking, I have meetings with people and I'm thinking, oh, we're going to use QR codes, you know, and I want to scream my head off. But that's because that's what people think they know what technology is. Forget about that. Let us, you know, creative types in the digital space actually work with other people to find out what that is. But it's basically a syniad, the idea.
And just to finish off the whole thing, I think there's a similar kind of thought. This morning, following on from yesterday, we were talking about how attention was shifting from the technology and the effect on our businesses to this intersection between consumers and content, between audiences and content. And that's where change had to happen. And we were trying to work out yesterday a lot about what needed to be in that space to make that work. And yesterday we talked a lot about things that are vitally important: skills, understanding of the technology and the way people use that technology, open data, business culture, all of those things. But when we came to today, I found actually that what we were really talking about was if we were really serious about this becoming our future, and we were talking about digital innovation in the way we should, the bit that changes the world at that intersection is ideas and imagination. If you don't have that, you don't have those, you don't get anywhere, because that world will become commoditized. It will become something we all get used to. When we talk about iBeacon, I remember when the mobile phone was brand new. In fact, someone was talking earlier on about this is the last year they will have PCs in their schools. I left the year before the first year they had PCs in schools. And it becomes natural, it becomes easy. But if we can think in imaginative terms, if we can take the ideas, some of which I think we've seen expressed today, into the future, then there's a great deal to hope for, I think, for the digital Wales that I think we're all hoping for moving forward. So thanks for coming. Thanks for those that came for both days. Thanks to the panel. And 6 o'clock in the Victor Calvi room, there's a drink. So, hooray. Thank you.